What a spicy meatball of a title. Oh, yes. Stir up drama, Nev. Stir up drama with your titles. Yes. I don't know. I think it's a pretty reasonable thing to say, to be honest with you. I need to finish doing Nightwave at this rate. I am 3 short. I think there's enough here to just do all 3. I just need to, like, actually do all 3. Open each tier of relic. That's easy. Mark 5 things is easy. Donate to Laverian is easy. Toxin is easy. These are all really easy. Oh yeah, you can right click on these for tutorials. You just got off work, perfect time? Yeah. 15 decrees in a single duviri session. Hello, Mr. Streamer / married streamer. Yes, I am indeed a married streamer. They have called me Mr. Marriage. Loki gaming today? Maybe. I was doing some experimenting and I found something really funny. But I have a curiosity regarding this. So, Rift Haven, allies banished to the Rift will have some percentage of their health restored every second. And the reason I have this set up here, this looks like a really weird Loki setup. There's a lot of weird stuff happening here. The TLDR of it, though, is that you get damage reduction on this decoy, and it actually is affected by strength. And what makes that really interesting is that if you slot in a bunch of strength, well, it actually is uncapped all the way to 100. Was this recent? This was a couple of weeks ago. This was July 13th. I got married when I went to TennoCon. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, I guess people are still going to be catching up to that. So basically, the logic behind this is that this is capped at 200%, right? Which gives it exactly 100% damage redirection. Now, the really, really interesting thing about this damage redirection, at least I think it's really, really interesting, is that when you run it, you basically go fully invulnerable. I was originally trying to utilize a Silva and Aegis setup with this, where you would block, and then the deceptive decoy would get shot, and you would redirect the damage back to yourself, so that you could kind of block damage, you know, Wi-Fi style, instead of having to have the enemies shoot you, because the enemies are more likely to target the decoy, and you can kind of put it wherever, and you don't have to stand still. But it doesn't work. Unfortunately, damage redirection does not count for Silva and Aegis. In fact, it actually nerfs the Silva and Aegis. All damage redirection reduces the amount of damage you actually block. So if I was blocking and I had 50% damage redirection, the damage I block would actually half go to the shield and half go to the decoy, which is really interesting. I'm not quite sure why that happens. But the real curiosity, right? The way that this gets really interesting is that this damage redirection, because it goes up to 100%, you can basically tank with decoy. Now, in order to tank with decoy, you kind of have to be a bit crafty with it, but you can see right here that if I stand here, I'm not only status immune, but these guys do very little damage to me. And you can actually see there's a little tether between me and the decoy when it's actually absorbing damage. And you saw there for a brief moment it stopped absorbing damage. I'm actually not sure why. This has kind of been a reoccurring thing of me trying to figure out. Sometimes it does just stop working. But like you can see here, there's this little trinity link between me and the decoy. And because this can go all the way to 100%, my idea was, well, what if I use Rift Haven, right? To give this guy a bunch of healing. They can't really damage him. And then I can just tank. And, like, it works, but, like, with an asterisk on it, you know? Like, there are just, that's what's happening. There are certain guys in the rift there that are getting hit. There we go. So now that these guys aren't in the rift, when I activate this, I can just stand here and tank, and these guys can't do shit to me. Although I guess they'd rather hit the decoy. It's a really interesting idea, right? Because it's basically adding an extra layer of security on the banish decoy setup. The banish decoy setup is typically, I utilize banish decoy for all sorts of things, and the idea of banish decoy is really, really simple. It's just that instead of actually disarming the enemies, because you would maybe want them to be shooting, you can use banish decoy, and it'll draw aggro very effectively, and you don't necessarily have to be so... Yeah, there we go. You don't have to be so careful. It gives you a lot of utility. Now, obviously, because I only have 99% DR, I'm still taking quite a bit of damage. With the proper setup, you can get this to very easily absorb 100% damage. In fact, all I need to do is give myself an inkling more power strength. So we're just literally going to grab the 15% power strength thing. Where is it? Power drift. I'm going to grab this. And, yes, enemies, you're still here. I know that you're still here. Go away. God, they're aggressive. And with a setup like this, I am now completely invulnerable. Now, something really interesting I learned is that this decoy actually has a range on it. So you can see I'm not protected anymore when I'm too far away. Which is actually a really interesting limiter of this. And part of the reason I put so much range on here was to increase the range. But it looks as if maybe the range of it is fixed. Because with 200% range, it should be twice as far as it is now. You can see here as I sit here and I just get blasted by these guys. There's the decoy healing. Something else I noticed was really weird was that at some point it seemed like Rift Haven stopped healing. So you can see it doesn't look like the health is moving right now, but no, there it is. Yeah, the health is now decreasing. It is moving down, which is really, really interesting because I don't know why it's not healing anymore. I can't really figure it out. This has a lot of potential, you know, to be really good. I'm really curious in this idea, especially because of the just passive status immunity. Because Loki obviously has a switch teleport build, which is also just immortal. But it would be a little bit interesting to have a setup that's like this. It would also be really interesting if maybe I could do some kind of gimmicky, weird shenanigans with, say, the other decoy augment, but I don't think you can do two decoy augments at once. Yeah, unfortunately. I don't know. I don't know why this has like a hidden range stat. Because I don't know what the range of it is. And it doesn't seem like increasing range actually increases the decoy, like, damage absorption radius. So it seems like there's just maybe a hidden range stat of like 10 to 15 meters. I'm kind of confused by it. I don't quite know. The wiki states... Somebody unmod mlad from this fucking community. Somebody just fucking unmod him and just vaporize him. Deceptive bond. I almost forgot the name of this. Yeah, 15 meters and unaffected by ability range. Damage transferred from decoy to Loki interacts normally with effects such as adaptation, rage, or quick thinking. What does it mean, interacts normally? I imagine it's perma 15. Yeah, it's perma 15. I read your question, Baby Wolf, and I decided that I was more interested in what I was saying than what you had to say. Let's just put it that way. I feel like this should have unlimited range in PvE. Either unlimited range or like a base of 50 that scales with range or something extreme like that. So that way it can maybe not be utilized in something like Plains of Eidolon where it'd be a little overpowered because you could just drop a 3-minute decoy in the beginning of the game and then just fucking be invulnerable forever. But Loki already has invuln on his switch teleport. And he also already has Savior Decoy, which is used in Plains of Eidolon, so maybe it should just have unlimited range. The 15-meter base radius is, in my eyes, a little bit of a like a cuck chair maneuver there. Not necessarily the biggest fan of it. Not a big fan of the government, you know what I mean? This has a lot of potential to be really good. But the like hard locked perma 15-meter radius kind of kills it a little bit. Because the thing that makes this really interesting is that you also get like straight status immunity and shit when you use this, right? Like if I just drop this fucking thing down in like an Eximus party, an Eximus Diddy party here, full of these chuds, right? I believe these guys are immune to being banished, if I'm not mistaken. Ow! Oh, right. They can still attack through the rift, actually. So it doesn't matter. Right? Even if I damage immunity this guy with rift, they can still attack the decoy through the rift. Yeah. Oh. That's fucking lame, actually. I feel like they should buff the shit out of this. I feel like this has a lot of potential to be really good. God damn it. It's really annoying because the enemies just run up on me so they keep getting banished, so I can't do my shit properly. There we go. So yeah, all of these Xmas abilities... Oh, not just Xmas abilities. Their fucking regular attacks are also getting through. Hello? Am I tripping? Let's see. Yeah, it's just their fucking regular gunshots are shooting the decoy. Maybe their abilities are hitting it, and there's just so many of them. I guess I should just test with one Eximus to see. Unlimited range, but no more decoys. Unlimited... No more decoys. I know that one. Let's see. Of course you're the one Xmas that I can't use to fucking... Hello? 2 in a row. 3 in a row. Surely not. Surely not. Surely you're joking. Okay, there we go. Well, that ability's gonna kill me. Alright, it doesn't seem like the gunshots are hitting. It's just the fact that the ability spam was insane. Wait a minute. Oh, right, I'm too far away. Yeah, that 15-meter range, I feel, should be fucking changed. Yeah, and look, he's not healing anymore either. What is that about? Oh, maybe he... Oh, maybe it just doesn't show visually. I don't know. Xmas units kind of also kill this, unfortunately. I just realized, does this guy also prevent me from self-stagger? Oh, I'm no longer taking damage from the DOT. That's really interesting. Does he protect me from self-stagger? He does. That's pretty nice. You know. Yeah, status immune, but then that hits me anyways. Oh, but interestingly, the DOT that I should be suffering from goes to the decoy, even though it hit the decoy and gave me the DOT. Yeah, that's really interesting. I don't know. I feel like this could be buffed immeasurably. Like, I feel like the decoy tech has, like, a lot of potential. I feel like Deceptive Bond should just, in PvP, I can see maybe the 15-meter limiter because it's not like it draws more aggro, so it is just DR if you, like, cast it behind a person, so, like, okay, that makes sense. But in PvE, this has a lot of potential if it just didn't have a 15-meter hard-locked range. Also, Eximus shouldn't be able to fucking attack through the rift. I still stand by that opinion years later. It's an opinion we've had forever. That's something that has always been a thing that just should never have been a thing. And we've fucking talked about that a million times. But, I mean, what can you do other than bitch about it, I suppose? DE is fucking stubborn on stupid shit like that. It makes no sense. I don't understand why DE has, like, this weird selective bias for, like, defensive abilities, because, like, Nyx can walk around permanently invulnerable and cannot have the ability turned off under any circumstances unless Nyx falls off the map, which is, like, impossible to do because you're already moving slow anyways. It can't be nullified, it can't be turned off by specialty enemies, it's just permanently invuln. And she interacts with the world around her completely normally. And she does this forever. And she applies that buff to her Sentinel. But Loki... Sorry, not Loki. Limbo cannot put himself in the rift despite literally nerfing every capability and every way he interacts with the world. He can't pick up items. He can't defend other things unless he uses a fourth ability, which pulls enemies into the rift. He can't pick up energy or health or resources or ammo. I don't get it. Old outdated abilities are outdated, shocker. It's not old outdated abilities are outdated. It was when they made Limbo, and then when they continued to change Limbo, and then they continued to add more and more and more kneecaps to Limbo. It's not, oh, he's old and outdated. Brother, they've been doing this to Limbo forever. They've been doing it to Limbo constantly. Continuously nerfing him. They continuously nerf Limbo. If we let Limbo play the game, he could AFK and ignore all the other frames that can AFK easier, faster, with higher KPS. Yeah. Like, DE is so selective with, like, what is allowed to be defensively strong. Because, like, Frost Snow Globe still has a health bar limiter, where it can't go above 1,000,000 health. But it also just gets 4 seconds of invuln anyways. So who / cares about its health? Because you just press Snow Globe every 4 seconds and nothing can ever die. And you can crowd control an entire room, and you get damage vulnerability. So, like, Frost is allowed to be defensively strong. Gara's 4th ability. Perma invuln on a passive is busted, IMO. Oberon passive also. Yeah, but you can't interact with the world around you when you go into Limbo's invulnerability. Also, you say passive invuln. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Is this not passive enough for you? Is this too active? Am I doing a lot to maintain this? Does this not constitute a passive? Because it's just on. It's just active. Like, I don't even have, like, an optimal efficiency build. This is a negative efficiency build. I have 45% efficiency. If we wanted to, like, actually, like, really AFK brain rot, are all of these just duplicates of the same build? They are. What is this? Oh, it's this build. If we really wanted to, like, AFK brain rot, we could just take a loadout I don't care about. Wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. If we really wanted to, we could snapshot our efficiency here. There's your passive energy and passive whatever. Because we snapshotted our efficiency. Also, this generates energy. Yeah, wow, that's just fucking ridiculous, isn't it? Also makes my companion invulnerable, by the way. Also steals Overguard. I'm very active right now, as you can tell. Wow. Very active. Oh, there he goes. Darn. My limited mobility means I can't bullet jump after this guy. If only there was a way I could gain verticality to chase after him. Where the fuck did he even go? He's over here now. Yeah, my limited parkour velocity is really a detriment to my movement. If only there wasn't parkour shards that could remove the entire negative of my slow speed. Nyx is unpopular, so it's a non-issue. Sun. Sunyon Ring. Benja's Sun in Yahoo, bro. Warframe.com/stats. Nyx. Nyx popularity last year shot up 200%. Her rework dropped towards the end of the year. Not at the end of the year, but in like October of last year. Nyx went from being 0.38% of the player base to 1.25% of the player base. For comparison, the most popular frame in the game currently is Wukong at 4.3% of the player base. So she is 1/4 as popular as the most popular frame in the game right now. The second most popular is Gauss, and the third is Volt. So, in a matter of a couple of months, Nyx skyrocketed from being one of the least popular frames in the game, commonly trending the bottom of the chart, alongside frames like Banshee and Base Ash and Base Garuda. In a matter of a couple of months, she skyrocketed to 1/4 as likely as Wukong to be seen in a lobby. So to say that she's unpopular, especially after this year, when we get our stats dropped this December and we see 2025 to 2026, and we see the rest of it, no, it's not a plus 8 at AHD. I hate to tell you this, but Nyx has thoroughly replaced a lot of the AFK China meta. Nyx AFK with Companion has taken over China completely. Completely just mollywopped China. It like Gauss's usage rate is half Redditor, half China AFK slop. Now it's just Nyx. What do they do in China? They just AFK all the time, that's it. They have a different culture of Warframe. They have a different culture of gaming where AFK is heavily promoted and heavily incentivized. It's very valuable to AFK for IRL money trades and just for the sake of playing the game. Yeah, they AFK and sell accounts, yeah. So, because it's so popular to AFK there, AFK positive things like this gold color anymore. AFK popular or AFK type stuff is just incredibly popular over there. So this year I wouldn't be surprised if Nyx becomes the most used frame in the game, after being one of the least used frames in the game, because the Chinese population is also gigantic. I want a desaturated version of this color palette. Like, this is okay, but I want, like, a more subtle color. I guess this is okay, actually. I don't hate this. Cheats aren't even seen as something bad, just enhancement package. Well, same thing with Arby's. How do you become Chinese? Just go to Billy. It's not that hard. Do you want to see the Chinese Nyx build? It's really not that hard. It's just fucking lame and cringe. We learned that these aren't active unless you also activate them, so we can just run this. And instead of this, we can run... I should have plus direct damage. I guess just doesn't really matter. This should be here, but it doesn't matter. You deal so much damage anyways. Alright, here's the TLDR. Here's how this works in a really basic sense. Separate China stats from places that actually matter and balance accordingly. The idea that the Chinese community for Warframe doesn't matter is insanely funny. If they nerf Nyx, the outrage will be catastrophic. If they nerf the AFK invulnerability 4th ability, the outrage will be catastrophic. Aren't they nerfing Jade Stars because it's AFK? All DE has to say to ever get away with nerfing anything is that it's for AFK. Even if they're lying, even when they're completely wrong. Remember when they nerfed persistence because they said it was AFK? The entire community just swallowed it. Yeah, yeah, 2 buzzwords. Buzzword disruptive, other buzzword AFK. That's all they have to say. These are disruptive, and they're AFK friendly. And that's all they have to say, and they can nerf whatever the fuck they want. Those are the only 2 words they ever had to use. Even when they nerfed Dante and they got a bunch of backlash for it, they had a bunch of defenders dick riding them because it was disruptive. Because they used the buzzword disruptive. It's unfun for other players. So they nerfed it. And gave it line of sight. Jade Stars getting nerfed before sight? Yeah, I know. The entire sight Warframe. Yeah, their priorities are out of fucking whack when it comes to balance. But here's the TLDR, how you become Chinese. You get Nautilus. Alright? You get a build that looks like this. Realistically, the important part is assault mode, fired up, deconstruct, contagious bond. Cordon, yes and no. Manifold, yes and no. This is really good. It's not mandatory. Seismic bond is just good. Vacuum is vacuum, and this is this. Basically, you really only care about this top part. Cordon. And the rest of these are just good to have, right? These are quality of life. But your main build is these parts, in this little square shape here. Alright. The next thing you get is the Verglass Prime. Why the Verglass Prime? Well, it has a ridiculously high Riven disposition, because DE dropped it with maxed Riven dispo. And it just has really good stats. It's basically the same stats as, like, the Glaxion Vandal. So if you have this gun here, it's literally, like, identical stats to this, I believe. So it's just a whole-ass primary weapon. You don't really care about the build too much. Riven doesn't really matter too much. Honestly, it doesn't matter that much. Any companion weapon can kill any level. Like, you can just AFK all the way to level cap if you wanted, but you really shouldn't, because doing a level cap is, like, a huge waste of time, and it's just not worth it. For Nyx, the only thing that's important is actually Summoner's Wrath. Summoner's Wrath and then, like, max efficiency is a lot better of a setup. Mine utilizes Roar because I don't actually AFK, because AFK is fucking cringe and lame and for losers. Why Summoner's Wrath is because this is faction damage. It goes in the same slot as Roar, and there's a really important interaction that gives companions infinite damage with Contagious Bond and Roar. Basically, every time this spreads, it remultiplies Bane. This is the same behavior that happens when a mecha target procs and it remultiplies Bane for flesh companions, flesh dogs. Except this doesn't have a cooldown. So this can continuously redip over and over and over and over again. I actually have a video on my channel. I think it's my most recent video. And it's me getting, like, 5 billion damage on a mind control target, because this just keeps remultiplying Bane over and over again. And that's it. That's the whole fucking build. And I'm being so dead serious. So the setup for it in quotation marks setup, and I'll just grab like whatever gunners, it doesn't matter. Actually here, hold on. Where's like the officers? These guys. So it doesn't matter what enemies you try this on, you just press 4 with Nyx and you're invulnerable. And then you just let Nautilus do all the talking. And he'll just deal enough damage to kill everything. You don't need to do anything. Everything will just die. Every time something dies, it remultiplies the damage. And everything dies. And that's it. And he does tons of damage. Sometimes in the sim, he stops shooting, so you kind of have to shoot a target every now and again. That's it. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to actually play the video game. You can just sit here. Corden is like a yes and no, because sometimes Corden will actually fuck you up. And Corden will, like, pull enemies instead of dealing damage when you'd rather just deal damage. You can see how much damage these guys are taking, right? They're just, like, exploding. Now, I'm going to take Corden off because, in my opinion, Corden kind of fucking nerfs the AFK setup. I run Corden because I don't fucking AFK, but if you're doing the AFK setup, this is kind of, like, annoying because it stops him from shooting. We can just run, I don't know. There's nothing to run, it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter what you pick, because there's nothing. Fucking shield charge. Fucking auto-medic, dude. Why not? Do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. I was gonna was I gonna do something else? Oh, I was gonna turn damage numbers on so you can see how much damage it actually gets. Damage numbers. So we're just gonna chill, and we're just gonna armor strip and shoot until this guy. There we go. He's gonna kill something. It is unironically that simple. It is unironically that simple. I didn't even press roar. I didn't do anything like crazy. If I use roar and I armor strip and I just make sure that this guy actually kills. Let's see. There we go. Make sure that these guys die like once or twice. Come on now. The only thing you have to worry about is sometimes enemies like spread out like this, and it's very annoying. Also, sometimes Nautilus just forgets to shoot them. I don't really know what his deal is. But there we go. Once this starts, it just cascades outwards. You saw 10 million damage there. It's really not that hard. In a normal environment where these guys are usually grouping up a lot closer, obviously in Sim, they don't really behave as expected. And enemies are constantly flowing in instead of me having to like respawn them manually at a console. If you position yourself just right, you can basically set it up in a way that like you will kill enemies that are right next to enemies that are freshly spawning in. And then when those enemies die, the next wave will freshly spawn in right next to them. And so this constant cascading outwards will actually just continuously loop forever. And it is really, really stupid. It is objectively super disruptive because at some point, if, let's say you have an entire team of players and they're all standing together, your Nautilus can literally prevent anybody from seeing the enemies ever. Because they're all dying the second after they spawn in because of the heat procs. The other thing is that because we're using heat procs are really cool for a couple of reasons, but one of the big reasons they're cool is that heat procs are also subject to heat inherit. So if I just grab like any heat-based DPS weapon, I'm just going to grab Nevgun because I think I have a heat inherit set up on this. Yeah, I do. So any heat-based DPS weapon, as long as Nautilus is the one that shoots first, oh, my fourth ability turned off. I was like, what happened? Oh, they all died. They all died before I could even show the thing. So this guy here is on fire. If I, DPS him with my gun, Heat Inherit will take over, and the Heat proc will get the kill credit. And you can see that'll also speed up the nuking process. Not like it matters too much, but, you know. Your companion gets the kill credit. Although this might have a bit too much slash, so I don't know. There we go. And obviously this also works both ways. If you deal heat procs first, then obviously it overrides it. So they really were smoking the graba when they changed Nyx. What would you say to a person to convince them to try Warframe again after being turned off by the crafting times? You can play more of the game while waiting stuff to craft, and you can craft an unlimited number of things at once. So the crafting times, whilst they are long, realistically, I do think the crafting times are too long. I think the crafting times are a big turnoff for players. Realistically, because there is no limit to how many things you can craft at once, in all technicality, the longest you will ever have to wait for something being 3 days, 72 hours. Like, in a perfectly hypothetical world, right? In a perfectly hypothetical world, you could technically craft every single thing in the game in 3 days. So it's like, yeah, the crafting times are a bit obnoxious. I think that the crafting times do suck. But, like, if you play the game while waiting for something to craft, it's not really that bad because you, like, okay, think of it like this. Even though you're waiting for something to craft, there is still, like, a million things for you to be doing, right? There's a billion things for you to be doing whilst you're waiting for that thing to craft. Not only that, but something that a lot of people get wrong is that, like, oh, it takes so long to craft because DE wants my money. Yes, of course they want your money, but the Warframe community is a bunch of fucking suckers. So go into fucking trade chat and Facebook market max a little bit, or go into Warframe.market and just make free money selling people garbage. Even if you're selling stuff at a loss of what, like, market value is, if you just sell at, like, a high volume and generate platinum enough to speedrun and skip blueprints and timers, then it's not so bad. Like, let's just say, for example, right? Like, oh, I want to build fucking... I don't know, dude. I'm going to build this Dante chassis. It's like, oh, this Dante chassis takes 12 hours. Yeah, but it's only 25 plat. That's like one mod. That's like a single mod in Warframe.market. You know what I mean? Like, that's nothing at all. That's basically free. So, I mean, yeah, it is like pay to progress faster, but you have a million other things you can be progressing at once. And on top of having a million other things you can be progressing all at the same time, it's pay to progress faster, not pay to win. So you can just... like, you can just skip it for, like, very cheap, to be honest. Like, 50 plat to rush a Warframe versus buying it from the market. Yeah, you're getting the Warframe slot and the reactor value, so, you know, it kind of levels out a little bit, but realistically, like, the value is just that you're skipping the grind. The grind is part of the game. Like, in some cases, some very rare cases for, like, high-level players... or not high level, I should say mid-level players, or people who are just, what I should actually say is just people who are too busy. They have too much shit going on. They have, like, a job and they do shit in the real world, right? They have, like, you know, obligations. The crafting times are sometimes a little bit not long enough. And I mean that in the sense that, like, when, not that they're not long enough as in the time gate isn't bad enough. That's not what I mean. When Folly first dropped, you had to grind her parts from doing her mission, and Folly's mission is fucking awful. It's one of the most unfun missions in the game, and I was relieved when I could craft the fucking frame and then not play that mission anymore and just go to bed because I had work the next day. And then, after not playing the game for 2 days, I come back and it's like, oh, motherfucker. I'm not waiting for Folly to craft anymore because she's already crafted. She's done. So now I gotta fucking go back to grinding the game again. God damn it. So, kind of copium. But, yeah, like, the crafting times are a big turnoff for a lot of people. I don't disagree. I think the crafting times do suck. I don't think that anybody is sitting here celebrating 10-hour crafting times, 12-hour crafting times, 72-hour crafting times. That shit's lame. Especially for something like Forma. I genuinely think Forma crafting time should be reduced to like an hour. I should just unmod Ifta right fucking now. Jesus Christ. Yeah, like, certain things that you have to grind a lot of, you have to grind a shit ton of them. They should not take so long to craft. Formas should literally be like once an hour. They say that Forma is their main thing, so I doubt that they would change that. Crafting times are more of an issue for newer players. Lower MR items should just take less time to craft, and it's weird that it doesn't. I agree completely. So I was talking about this with other people when we were discussing craft times, and my honest take is that every blueprint that you can grind under MR10 should not go past 1 day in crafting times. Like, everything that you can grind up to maybe not MR10, maybe like MR8, right? Because I think MR8 you get a little bit more weapons. I think that's when you unlock like the Archoplasmor. That makes sense to take a day, right? Certain things for their crafting times just absolutely do not need to be a full day. This weapon, the boar. Okay. Can I not see the? I guess I have blueprints. This weapon, the boar shotgun, which has like some of the worst fucking stats ever. This weapon takes like 12 hours or some shit. Why does this take 12 hours? This is a 10-minute weapon. This is a 10-minute weapon at best. Certain weapons that you have to build all of the parts first, like the recon effects, these parts should cost an hour, not 12. Equinox crafting isn't actually that bad because Equinox, again, has that thing I mentioned where you can craft an unlimited number of things at a time. So, Equinox has to craft all of these. And technically, it's just like one extra craft cycle. It could be reduced, but it's just one extra craft cycle. It's not that bad. Like some of these weapons genuinely just need like way reduced crafting times. Way reduced. Ambassador is another great example. Why did these parts cost 12 hours and then the blueprint cost 12 hours? That's a full day for the fucking Ambassador. Brother, as much as I like the Ambassador, I've used it as like a meme gun on like a Haro build because it's goofy. And because it's just like a silly alt-fire explosion gun. I'm bossing. I love my embossing gun. I'm about to come. This is not a 24-hour weapon. Okay? This is not a 24-hour weapon. You know some sad motherfuckers would be upset if they did that because then they'd be like, then I wasted all my time. Yeah, that's like the boomer logic of like, how dare you take advantage of like something better after I suffered. Everybody else should suffer because I'm miserable. It's like the boomer logic of like, oh, like life is better for you? Fuck you. It's like, you're a miserable piece of shit, dude. Boomer mentality where like, oh, I had it bad, so you have to have it bad, instead of just being happy that other people can have nice things. It's like, okay, dude, you're a fucking loser. Like, I'm sorry. Go get a job. You wasted all your time. Maybe if you spent your time being employed and having a family that cared about you, then you'd fucking not give a shit. You know what I mean? You're half serious when you say they should make crafting times based on weapon popularity. I actually kind of agree. I kind of agree with that take. Because certain weapons should just be... Like, I also don't think that, like, 24 hours is, like, the epitome of, like, how long a weapon should take. Like, you know what? There are some weapons in here that, like, yeah, I could justify it taking fucking more than 24 hours to take. Some weapons should be more of a pain in the ass to get. And it shouldn't be more of a pain in the ass to get just randomly, like the fucking ambassador for no reason. It should be a pain in the ass to get because, like, oh yeah, that's actually a valuable, like, really powerful... Coda Base Assist should not be basically for free. You basically get this instantly. You don't even have to craft this weapon. This weapon, you don't even have to fucking fight that hard to get. Brother. This should not be given away in less than a couple hours of grinding. Meanwhile, it takes multiple days for you to get the parts to drop for the ambassador, and then after you do that, it takes an additional fucking day for you to actually get... Like, no, dude, no. Absolutely not. You can grind out, like, 3 Coda Base Assists in 1 day. Like, fuck no. Why does this not have any barrier to entry as one of the strongest weapons in the game with, like, no contest, no competition? This is literally Archiplasmor Prime, if we ever had it. Like, fuck off. This weapon should take you, like, a week to get. You know what you got beef with? Dojo weapons? The fuck you mean you gotta build 5 field drawn? Yeah, no, that's another one. Dojo weapons. Dojo weapons are not just bad because of the field drawn requirements, it's also the fucking forma requirements. Every dojo weapon, on top of costing a ton of field drawn, a ton of detonite, a ton of mutagen mass, which are really, really annoying to grind, especially for new players, because nobody even knows where to get those from. By the way, there is a place where you can get them really fast, and it's just not explained anywhere. But on top of that, motherfucker, all of these require goddamn formas. This takes 2 detonite injectors and a forma. And then it costs 45,000 credits. Brother, this is an MR4 weapon. Do you think an MR4 is walking around with 50k credits to spare? 50k credits to a new player is like an entire day of grinding because they don't know the index exists yet. You know, at MR4, were you doing the index? Any of you players, when did you learn the index even existed? I bet it was fucking MR10. I bet it was... Why does this cost 45,000 fucking credits, 2 detonite injectors, and a forma? Do you know how many days of grinding that is for this fucking piece of shit? It's not even worth it because the Kuba New Core, its big brother, is just 10 times better. You remember when you were new to your dojo and wondering why some rooms cost formas, not knowing what formas even were? Not gonna lie, don't think you were at the index by MR4. I don't think I was at the index at MR4. Do you know what I was doing at MR4, dude? I was fucking sitting there following around my clanmates on Volt, holding E with a fucking, with my starter weapons. MR4? Son. What do we mean, bro? Some of these are just ridiculous, by the way. 5 detonite injectors and a forma for the Jatka tag, and this weapon's only good if you get the mod drop from Sedna that gives it the Sobek mechanic, and it's only good if you know how to make that mechanic good. Was the index a thing when you were MR4? No, the index was not a thing when I was MR4, to be fair. The index was added... Oh, God. I don't know what MR I was. When was the index added? Oh. I was there for when the index was added. I remember my first time getting the inbox notification right after the update. Growth, profit, groffit. Oh. Fuck. 2016? Yeah, that would have been really... That would have still been early enough in my playtime. You wouldn't care if they shrunk dojo weapon costs a lot, even though you damn near bled tapping decorate for hours on end in high school? Yeah, I think many people would say, you know what, that's just a reasonable change. Especially early game credit costs. Because, like, once you get to the mid-game, credits are solved. So I feel like the current issue with credits for blueprints is that they're kind of a flat cost right now. Where, like, basically weapons are kind of sitting in a range between, like, 5,000 to 50,000 for blueprints. And realistically, credit costs should be in a range from, like, 1,000 to, like, 1 million for, like, certain things. Like, I think it should cost you 1 million credits to build a prime frame. Maybe that's harsh, but, like, they're supposed to be bougie, right? They're supposed to be, like, the premium version of a frame. I feel like it's not that crazy. That must be the reason dojo weapons are so obnoxious. The people it would trigger are the retarded boomers. Yeah, Warframe boomers do exist. Warframe boomers are very much like, I suffered, why aren't you suffering? It's like, shut the fuck up, you loser. You're one of those fucking registered losers Rebecca was talking about. Like, you fucking suck. 1 million credits to train unranked prime mod, by the way. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, if prime stuff is supposed to be expensive, then, like, okay, commit to it, you know? Whoa. Oh. I forgot I had automedic. That's really funny. Huh. I've never gotten automedic before. It's not where I wanted to go. It's kind of dumb that primes are usually easier to farm than normals. Yeah. Exactly. 1 million credits. Not so easy now, is it, Timmy? At least you don't need to pay credits or endo to level up a frame when it earns XP. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. I've learned something about automatic here, which is as long as you do a wall click and you don't touch the floor, it actually doesn't matter what you do after the fact. You just have to... Your last parkour move before you touch the floor was do a wall kick. So look at that. Just don't touch the floor ever, and this all counts. Oh, maybe not. Ah, it doesn't count aim gliding. Interesting. So aim gliding doesn't count, but bullet jumping and all the other shit does count for automatic. That's really funny. Huh. You know, I've never gotten the, I've never equipped automatic before because it's like a shit mod, but it's just really funny to see it working. What color did you pick for your giant bald doc mommy? You can color it? Yo, you can color this thing? Whoa! What? Oh. Oh. What are my Warframe colors? Oh, that's lame. Why are you breathing so much? Why are you breathing so much? When did that get there? Tenocon. That actually kind of doesn't look bad. It looks kind of interesting. I like this color, though. Oh, does this not change anything? Great. There's just a color that doesn't do anything. That's really cool. Does it show up on this guy? Nope. What is this? Their fucking dick color? What is this? Why are your legs like that? Hold on. Hold on. I have a thing. Is it this one? No. God, I really should name these better. No. Kuvagreneer navigation. Oh, it's homie. That's right. Here we go. Okay. Moving around at the speed of slow. I saw a theory that this guy is a vessel we will use to trap Wally so we can fight it. Interesting theory. Apparently I'm hitting an invisible wall here. There we go. Just go around it like this. The lengths Warframe players will do to get feet pics. Yeah, unironically, I did just want to see the footsies. I did, in fact, just want to see the feetsies. Can I not? Oh, I can't clip into this way. I have to go underneath here. Oh, look at how long the toes are, bruh. See, I knew it. See, I knew this would be worth it. Why are the toes so fucking long, bro? What is this? That's why you're my twin. Okay, I think it might be faster for me to maybe have taken Nyx, the Warframe, jumped out here, and then gone whatever. Yeah, I was curious about... Whose fucking feet did they model after this? Who got the fucking monkey paws going on, dude? God. Invisible walls. Please. Please. Alright, hold on. It actually would... It genuinely would be faster for me to just, like... go like this. Okay, chill out. Don't clip. And then like that. Okay. So while my frame is falling into the abyss, Nah, it's actually not worth. Hold on. We're gonna go back to you, and we're gonna go above, I think. I think above is the answer. You're so obnoxious. Okay, let's see. Oh, right. Hang on. The collision ends very obnoxiously here. Please? No? Okay, that has collision. God, I forgot how obnoxious it is to navigate in this area's cursed ass hitboxes. So that has a ceiling, so I have to go around it. Ugh. Oh, the dry dock. Why are you so tall? Oh, you're so tall and stupid. Okay, all of this has... Right, non-jumpable walls either. Half of this also doesn't have collision, by the way. Yeah. How do I even get in here? Oh, just dojo camera clip, yeah. Hold on, let's go here, because I know that this has collision, right? Here, yeah. Oh, I missed it. I missed the actual connector. I'm so bad at video games, dude. How do you even miss something like that? How do you even fucking do that? Actually, wait. No, it's not worth doing. Let's go here. Navigation's here. Navigation lets me get a hold on things a little bit. I'm trying to remember what does and doesn't have collision here. I don't think these... Yeah, those don't have collision. I don't think these gun turret things have collision either. No, they don't. Okay. There's a wall here. Oh. Really obnoxious, man. Really obnoxious. Am I stuck in the seam? I am stuck in the seam. Oh. That's not supposed to happen. Shit. Operator moment. I really should have just picked the one that was up at the top here. There's a spot up here that's like really, really easy, or like really easy to like get the camera on. And if I got the teleporter up there, that's where I want to go. I don't think I can clip into here. Yeah, without getting stuck. The things I do... Please reset my parkour velocity, I beg you. There we go. Good old arrow vantage. I just fell anyways. Awesome. You know what? I don't even know why I'm struggling like this. Let's just do this the easy way. Kuva Grenier breakout. I have to remember where my dry dock is. It's over there. Oh, I can... Oh, that's actually really helpful. Oh, well, I clipped my camera in. It's no longer really helpful. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna go here. Dry dock is here. Go up and over. And then there. There we go. I should have done this fucking forever ago. Shit. I went too far. You can just get on the back of the ship. I know you can. Let's see. But I don't really like clipping that way. Especially because my camera's already slow. For some fucking ungodly reason. I don't know why my camera speed is so slow. I even turned it up in settings. It's just slow. I feel like they broke it at some point. And so my end goal was to blow up and then act like I don't know nobody. There we go. Somewhere here these have collision. Oh? Wait a minute. Huh. What the fuck? Huh? That's not... Oh. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. You know? What even is the end goal? The goal has been lost over time. That is true. The goal has been lost over time. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I should avoid this room like the plague, and that's why. I hate that room. Not really. Here we go. Really? Goddamn Tridog. Yeah, Tridog is one of the most obnoxious rooms. Too many invisible walls. That clan? My clan. I feel like there was something else I wanted to talk about. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about Jade Stars. This one is the Jade Stars one, right? The range on Common Frenzy is so shit. True. So, Jade Stars. The thing that's gonna get nerfed with LOS. Everybody's talking about it. What does the ability even do? Good fucking question. So, why is Jade Stars getting nerfed? Jade Stars is getting nerfed because it allows Saren to AFK. That's it. The ability itself is actually really bad. The ability does a little bit of heat damage and has 4 status procs if you have positive power strength. That's it. It technically hits enemies in a big radius. But it is just a very small supplement to your damage. And I do mean very small. It looks kind of like Null Stars, yeah, but it's much worse. Because they only fire one at a time. So the buff that they gave this was increasing its fire rate. Because it fires one at a time, and you can see the original fire rate here was really fucking slow. These do 500 damage in a mediocre radius. They didn't even have force procs at launch. And this ability is just mid. Alright, don't get it twisted. Don't be, like, confused. The ability is really not that good. And to kind of showcase how, like, not really good it is, I'm just gonna take it, and I'm just gonna use it really quickly, and nothing else. Because the idea is that this is supposed to, like, enhance or supplement your damage, right? Like when you think of a DPS ability, you think of, like, oh, Corvex Beam, Ember 4, like, Ember Fireball, Volt 4, like, stuff like that. Like, it's a DPS ability. They're already really bad. Like, they're already not going to be dealing a lot of damage because DE has this weird fetish for making ability damage really dog shit. So, like, I'm gonna turn it on, and I'm just gonna, well, hang on, my Sentinel's actually gonna kill shit. That's a problem. Let's just take away your toys really quickly. All right, hold on, everybody. So we're gonna turn it on, and like, if I shoot this guy, right, all these guys take heat procs, and you can see that like the damage from the heat is really bad. All of these guys in this AoE are also getting hit by this heat, and this is like dog shit. This doesn't really help. It's also not working because I'm one-shotting them. If I shoot this, right? Like, we're not really getting a lot of value out of this. If I'm attacking with a faster attack speed weapon, like, yeah, not very good. So why is it getting nerfed? Only because of Saren. So basically, Saren has the spore ability, and that spore ability can trigger Jade Stars, and then Jade Stars can pop those spores and spread to other enemies. And when you have this, and you have corrosive and heat dealing damage, then it actually does a decent amount of damage. Now, you'll see here, we've got like 300 heat procs on these enemies. They're still not really dying that fast. They're dying, they're taking damage, it's very chill. You can just sit here. But it's not that good. Like, we'll do this, and we'll do this. And, this is good. It's good. This will kill level 3, 400 enemies with Saren spores. You can just sit there and AFK with this. Especially because, like, you know, this is really good in, like, survival missions where enemies don't really have big health bars. So, like, these are Gokstad officers. These guys have a little bit more health than average. If we get something like this Orion battle group here, and we just put spores on this guy, you can see it's a little bit more effective against these guys, right? And obviously, as it goes on, your spores will spread more, and they'll deal more damage, and they'll continuously build up, and blah, blah, blah. So, you know, good stuff. That's the only build it's good on. Doesn't pop the spores. Spores just spread by percent spread themselves. That's what everyone's freaking out over. Well, the reason everyone's freaking out is because of this. And I'm going to just grab Lavos formation applies to stars, so you can blast and trigger a loop, but it's pointless. Yeah. So we're going to run this mission here. And we're going to show it in, like, actual mission gameplay, right? And just by virtue of the spores existing, there we go. And spores are going to spread, and everything's going to be on fire. And then we will pretty much be able to just chill. We don't have to play the game anymore. The game will just play itself. And we can just pick a spot to go hang out. This is what people are freaking out about. It's a Saren Spore build that is decent in Steel Path survival. For like a good hour, you can do this. This is what people are losing their minds about. The Chinese method, well, it's not so AFK friendly. You still have to run around and pick up life support, unlike real AFK methods. You still have to deal with acolytes, unlike real AFK methods. But yeah, you do just set and forget. You can press your fourth ability if you feel like it. You should never feel like it, but you can. You know, here's an Xmas unit. They take a little bit more to kill. But for the most part, you just run around like this. And some of the more casual players of Warframe are probably looking at this and saying, well, this is clearly broken, right? This is very clearly overpowered. You're not even shooting anything and everything's dying. And many more of you are probably reminiscing about old Saren spores and thinking, man, this is a tenth of what Saren was like for 3 years before they decided to nerf it years ago. Just go ahead and do that. There we go. And you are correct. Just so we're very clear, you are very correct. That, this is, you know, it's nice. It's good. It's good stuff. This is not game-breaking. This is just level 100 enemies being level 100 enemies and dying. And, you know, this works, like I said, all the way up to, like, level 200, maybe 250. You get an okay KPM out of it because your spore damage will scale up, right? So, like, the more you sit here, the longer you sit here, the more your spore damage scales up. And the more your spore damage scales up, the more damage it deals, right? But this is not, like... The thing that they're worried about is basically people going here and standing like this in a room. Because this does work. Violence resets every time he pops up. I mean... Yes. It can be broken in a squad, but at the same time, so is everything else. Saren Nova is the most goated combo. I would have invited you, but 5 minutes have passed. I don't think I can invite you anymore. But yeah, this is what they're worried about, that you can do this. Gonna do any railjack? Maybe. Maybe we railjack. Yeah, they just don't like this specific strategy. I really thought viral damage would make a difference on that. Oh, another bypass. I'm getting really lucky with these bypasses, hey? Yeah, you could stand in a mission, you could do this forever. In my opinion, it's not really that crazy. It's just Saren Spores again. I did a Gloom Saren Spores build, and it also kills shit. So... I don't really get the hype. You just stand here. You don't understand why DE is so pressed against AFK? Because it's not fair to everybody who plays legitimately. But also, this game is very much about the farm and about the grind, and so the economy is balanced around people getting stuff. And so if DE has to balance for players getting stuff passively whilst not really playing the game, it kind of leaves a bad impression, because basically the entire game economy would be structured around like people setting up farms, like bot farms, to just AFK. Right? You obviously always want to encourage your players to be actively playing the game. You don't want them to be sitting there doing nothing. Like, standing here like this is bad. They don't want that. They don't want you to just be sitting there. What's really funny, though, is that their metrics for what counts as sitting there, not doing anything, and being AFK are prone to a lot of false positives. So what do I mean by that? So this argument doesn't work when sight exists. I was just about to showcase that. It's understandable that they hate AFK strats, but it would be better if they actually knew what AFK strats were being used. Yeah, so, like, the issue isn't Jade Stars in this setup, because we just saw Jade Stars doing, like, fuck all damage, right? So clearly Jade Stars is not the determining factor. The issue is Sarin spores and the way Sarin and Jade Stars interact. So just make it so that these two don't interact. You don't need to nerf the LOS. You just need to make it so that spores don't trigger Jade Stars, and Jade Stars don't trigger spores. That's it. That's all you need to do to fix this problem. Now, somebody said Lavos Jade Stars has an infinite recursive whatever. Make Jade Stars not interact with Lavos. It's not that hard. Clearly, Jade Stars as an ability is fundamentally idealistically flawed anyways. Didn't Garuda get LOS on her 4? Yeah. Sarin obviously undertuned. Don't listen to Nostradamus over here. Yeah, clearly. Clearly, Sarin has not dominated the game and is allowed to do things that no other frame is allowed to do for years now. No. Roar on Sarin is fine, you degenerate. Stop crying about Sarin. But yeah, so DE has this whole anti-AFK rhetoric, and they hate AFK. They want AFK gone. They think AFK is the worst thing in the world. AFK ruined the game. Death to AFK. All AFK is bad. If you AFK, you're a piece of shit, and everything you've ever done is actually evil and bad, and you're the worst, and you suck, and I hate you. And, you know, I could keep going, but that's pretty much the premise of how DE feels about AFK, right? Okay, so DE doesn't like AFK. Then you get to Site 09. And everything I just said is a fucking lie. And allow me to show you. So we're gonna go right back into the same thing. We're gonna go into a survival mission here. And remember, do not AFK. AFK is bad. We don't like AFK. Whatever you do, do not be AFK when you play this game. Alright? It's really bad. It's disruptive. It's unfair. Don't do it. Chat, stop being AFK. Chat, don't be AFK. Don't do it, chat. Stop it. Stop being AFK. What's wrong with you? Chat, knock it off. Chat, why are you being AFK? This is really fucked up of you. Stop it. Stop being AFK. Don't you know that this is really against DE's code of conduct? Alright? You guys need to stop it right now. You technically don't even need multiple of these. It's just I like them so that I can see the circles. But you don't need that many. You only need one. Because you give yourself the buff when you use it. Electric is for RB because you can bug it when you pick up the electric from the floor. Gas is better for actually just sitting here because gas procs can re-trigger headshots for his infinite invis. So you see how my invis timer keeps going up? It's because gas clouds are getting headshots. Let me go pick up life support really quickly. Just do that. I should have been picking up life support a little bit more aggressively this whole time, but that's okay. Because now my life support decayed. Chat, stop AFKing. That's fucked up. DE doesn't like it. They clearly didn't make a frame whose entire purpose is to sit here and shoot things behind walls and AFK. Alright, you're weird for using the frame the way that DE intended. Actually, I think there's more life support here, and I just need to walk into the room to see it. Yeah, here it is. There it is. I knew there's more life support. Chat, you're weird for doing this, alright? Stop AFKing. It's fucked up. Just because you're holding left click doesn't mean you're playing the game. Surely that would not be a good enough metric. So, I mean, you guys tell me which you think is more disruptive between Saren, Jade Stars, and this. Because Sight can shoot enemies out before they're finished spawning. Like, all the way in their spawn. And Saren is effectively limited by how long it takes for her spores to kill shit and DPS them down. And also limited by... Saren is limited by that and Jade Stars, and also a 50-meter hard cap on the range of Jade Stars. And Sight can just do this forever because he has infinite energy by himself, by the way. Like, infinite energy if I just do a nokko shroom and wall hacks, and I can just do this. And I have a much higher KPM on this than I do with the Saren Jade Stars. And I'm not even playing super optimally. I'm just kind of haphazardly shooting around, not using a maximized loadout, not using like a fucking super optimized setup. Like, I am just kind of chilling. I'll just go ahead and pick up my life support now. Remember somebody was earlier saying like, oh, but what about acolytes and whatnot? Aren't you, you know, for Saren or whatever? And acolytes don't matter. Resupply counts for Arcane Sculptor because of course it does? Yeah. So, I mean, I guess you tell me what's more AFK and what's more, like, bullshit. Because the other thing is, right, like, I'm not even utilizing, like, the real AFK strats, like, the real exploits. There are real, genuine ways to break out of the map and then just sit there looking up above you as you're sitting through the floor, just holding left click on certain weapons. The most used weapon in the game for 2 years in a row now. Tenet Envoy. And you can just sit there and go like this while you're sitting underneath the floor. And acolytes can't kill you. And yeah. So, I mean, I guess you guys tell me, what do you think is more AFK, disruptive, anti-fun? A guy whose kit is designed to do it, or a Warframe who basically can do it when given the exact right conditions and is still worse at it than he is? I think the answer's pretty obvious, but fucking what do I know, I guess. Alright, that's like 7 minutes. We can skedaddle on out of here. Like I did with Saren. I mean, yeah, so permanent invis. This guy also has healing and he has a shit ton of damage because he has an extra hit. He has infinite ammo. He can do infinite energy. He has wall hacks. He also deals tons of damage. So I mean, like, I don't know, chat. Like, who do you think the problem is? You know? Jade Stars, duh. Yeah. Yeah, that was really fun. Yeah, I don't know why Jade Stars needs LOS. The 50-meter max range is already good enough. Because of spear math, everything spawns in a single spot when you're under the floor? No, not exactly. The things that spawn are tied to rooms. So enemy spawning behavior follows a room structure. And when you get into the really nitty-gritty with sight, the best spots to AFK are very specific tile spots. So a lot of AFKers, what they do is they actually spend some time re-rolling their tile to get optimal spawns, and then they find areas that have breakouts that are near those optimal spawn rooms or in those optimal spawn rooms. And then they just sit there and AFK. There are so many other overpowered things. Why nerf Jade Stars? That's kind of the point that I'm making, right? It's the same thing with, like, why does Limbo not have access to, like, straight invulnerability from Xmas units when he can't pick shit up in the Rift? He can't interact with the world around him in the Rift. And he can't attack Xmas units back through the Rift, but they can attack him through the Rift. And then there's Nyx, who has no downsides and is also invulnerable while passive. Like, not doing anything. It's like, when you compare the two and you're like, one of them is passive invulnerability, but with a ton of drawbacks, and the other is just passive invulnerability, and that's it. Like, why? Like, if passive invulnerability is bad, Why? And you know what? Like, I'm gonna show you guys something really quickly, actually. I need Ifta, I think, or Skeletal. Somebody join. Somebody join my lobby. Am I in friends only mode? Let me friends only. Somebody join me. Let's see. Who's online? Concept is online. Log is online. You're eating right now? How dare you? Baby Wolf, you're in stream, right? Alright, good. I want you to grab Oberon, and I want you to put Dispensary on Oberon. So literally, it doesn't matter what ability you choose. Just grab Dispensary and put it on Oberon. It doesn't matter what you cover up. The build itself also doesn't matter. Piss Oberon is back? Yeah. You don't have Oberon or Dispensary. Get the fuck out of my lobby. How fucking dare you? Invite me to your lobby. It's okay. You can invite me to your lobby. That's fine. Let me join you. How do I join you? That's not how you do it. Friends list. Communication. Friends. Yes. Just invite me to your game. No. No. You need to be host. Silly goy. You need to be host. There we go. Alright. We are now going to go into a mission. You're not going to start the mission. Do not start the mission. Alright. I'll stick around for a little bit. Alright, that's good enough. Whatever. I was going to do all three, but that's okay. I'm going to leave. And then, Baby Wolf, I want you to invite me again. I want you to go ahead and invite me to your mission again. And I'm going to play somebody different. I'm going to play Banshee, I guess. Why not? That's really interesting. His health bar is still gray. Baby Wolf, we're going to go ahead and we're going to start the mission now, okay? And you just do your thing. I'm going to sit back and I'm just going to support. And, you know, you just have fun. You just play the game, do whatever you want, hang out. You know, go run around, go kill shit, go have fun. Oh, did they fix it? Health is no longer invuln. Baby Wolf, do you still have the Oberon thing on your screen? Can you take damage? No, you don't. Interesting. Maybe they fixed it. Oh, they fixed it. Okay. Used to be able to snapshot those. I was just about to show it off and fucking try to get it patched again. Used to be able to basically pre-buff Oberon. Unlucky. Basically, you could get those to stay forever. Well, whatever. Alright, I was going to showcase that. Well, at least we have one good ending. Yeah, at least they fixed that one. Alright, we don't need to be here. We need to stay. Wow, Nev plays Banshee. Never seen that before. True. Alright, I guess they patched that one. That's really sad. I don't know why it didn't work. I swear to God we were just talking about this in the server. Somebody said it wasn't patched. Hold on. Let me ask fucking... Let me ask somebody really quickly. Hold on. They didn't patch Oberon. Theory crafting. I might not be able to rejoin Baby Wolf to observe the bug. Which might be why it didn't work with the Oberon pre-buff. Show us Banshee? You're looking at Banshee. Want to talk about the last config? This is the third time you've shown us Banshee. Hey, you guys, I just picked Banshee because it's off the top of the list. Banshee gameplay? You want Banshee gameplay? I mean, Banshee gameplay is just Banshee gameplay. That's all there is to it. I don't. What do you want? Oberon's in circuit. You can get him. That's funny. Yeah. Does anybody else have Oberon? By the way, I want to try with without rejoining. I think rejoining might be the problem. Just because I swear to God this wasn't patched. Maybe it was, dude, but I swear to God. But I also don't keep up with the Warframe updates as much anymore. You have Oberon? Alright, Philly Freak. You send me a message. I will host. Send me an in-game message. There you go. Zub bracket. Links from an old... What? Huh. You weren't referring to that. Oh, well, fucking GG then. Somebody said Banshee gameplay. I guess I should play the fucking video game a little bit. What's a fun... What's like a fun one? I haven't done it in a minute. I haven't done this in a minute. Does nobody in chat have a fucking Oberon? This is gonna drive me nuts. Cosmic, yes. Do it. Somebody in chat has to fucking play this video game, man. I swear to God. Why are you all here? Why are you here watching me have a schizophrenic rant? You're dying inside because I asked you to play Banshee? No, not at all. I love Banshee. It's just more like I can't decide what to do on Banshee. I fucking love this frame. I have tons of hours on this frame. I just literally... I am one of the Banshee people. None of it has Oberon as his rework was so abysmal. Needed YouTube with dinner. Do I do this build? This build is fun. I like this build. Yeah, I do this build. Why not? Buzzlock is not Loki Prime. That's true. It is not Loki Prime. Cosmic! Cosmic can pre-buff. This is perfect. All right. Invite. Get Oberon, and specifically get dispensary on your Oberon as well. Most successful rework that had people playing the frame a lot more? Probably the Najah rework. Alright, use dispensary and then, yeah, after you pick up health orbs, fucking vanish. Yep, okay. We're gonna see if this works or not with Cosmic not rejoining. He might need to crash instead of leaving, but we're gonna find out. Let's see. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it works. He just can't rejoin. Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh. Oberon pre-buff works. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Uh-oh. That's a bit awkward. Crashing is just kill process ID. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know. I know how to crash the game. Well, there you go. They did not patch this. This still exists. Oberon pre-buff, everybody. You can do this in any lobby you want. You just have to not be host. So, there you go. You want to give your entire team immunity forever? Also, status immunity, by the way. Nobody gonna be able to do this because you need a friend? Yeah. Maybe I should rent my services out to region chat. You know, make this a really widespread issue so that DE has to fix it. By the way, this can't be removed by acolytes or anything of the like. So, there you go. I'm gonna kill you with that. There we go. I really should just be spamming this a lot more. There we go. Would be in game right now, but you decided to play other games. How could you? How could you dare to do such a thing to me? Can't you see how much I need you? But guys, don't worry. Limbo's too overpowered. DE's on the case. It was then there's something dispensary and was like So, what's the moral of the story, chat? DE's balance is completely arbitrary and bullshit. And it does not matter what you do. Balance doesn't matter. DE doesn't fucking know anything about their game or any of the AFK strategies that people actually use, including stuff like Oberon, pre-buff, invuln, and everything else. There you go. Stupid shit like this just stays in the game, and DE grandstands about nerfing Jade Stars for AFK. I don't know where this energy leech Xmas is, but he's driving me nuts. Fuck off, man. Yeah, DE grandstanding about how good they are at removing AFK bullshit, and stuff like this exists in their game. Pablo, best developer, by the way. Everybody loves Pablo. Yay, Pablo. His game is so balanced. You know what I don't understand about the Warframe player base? Is they love to talk about like how good Pablo is at balancing the game, but then also in the same breath openly admit that the game is an unbalanced mess. And it's like, which is it? That's not what I wanted to do. You know what I mean? Like, which is it, man? Is the game an unbalanced mess, or is Pablo the best developer ever at balancing things? It's like, I don't get it personally. Maybe it's just because I'm not in the Warframe community like the way everyone else is. Like, I don't like Warframe players, so I don't really care about what they have to say. And so I'm always very critical of them. Like, I don't know, dude. It's an unbalanced mess except for the successful balancing done by Pablo. Yeah, but Pablo balance sucks too, because it's not actually balanced, it's just band-aids. It's like, oh, Jade Stars is broken on Saren, so we're not going to fix the interaction on Saren that's actually the broken part that's making a problem. We're just going to give it LOS, which is just going to universally nerf Jade Stars everywhere. And it's not actually even going to be that bad for Saren, because now Saren just has to stand out in the open, but you guys saw earlier when I was doing that and I had no problems. So, you know what I mean? It feels very, I don't know, incorrect? Like, factually incorrect? You know what I mean? Why can't they just nerf the Helmeth? Why hurt Sirius when he's already weak? I talked a lot about like why Sirius is really not that good and like the different things that he needs for like help. And like a lot of people ended up resonating with that, which is really funny. Sirius and Orion. I really should get more wind-up speed. Post hoc realization? I suppose so. They're 2 Warframes in 1, so that means they're good? Yeah. True. All the YouTubers were saying they're good. I remember that. I remember all the fucking slop tubers were like, oh my god, Sirius and Orion is broken? And it's like they pressed 4, and on the final hit of the 4, they saw a red crit. And so that was good enough for it to be broken. It's like, what? That's your definition? The number was red, therefore it's broken? Like, y'all. A second acolyte has hit the building. Oh, he turned on his fucking body block. God damn it. Officer fuck ass turned off his body cam. Oh, there you are. Bastard. Oh my god. It's an acolyte. Oh, there we are. I hit him with my fucking thing now. There we go. He had his ability on. I couldn't hit shit. Extractions this way. Yeah. Honestly, that was more me showcasing Oberon bullshit than it was showcasing Banshee. I would have loved to get the other acolyte, the one that turns off abilities. But he decided that he didn't want to spawn, which, fair enough, I suppose. Where is extraction, man? I love when extraction just doesn't show up anymore. DE and their waypoints are really great. "15-year-old game, by the way. Still can't have functional fucking waypoints. Couldn't be me. Still don't know where extraction is. I'm just running around aimlessly. I don't think it's this way, to be honest, though. But, I mean, I have no way of knowing until the timer runs out and it's forced to show me extraction, I suppose. Come on, game. Show me extraction, please. It's not this way. I know it, because this is deeper into the tile. It's got to be, like, somewhere over here. Yep. Oh my god, chat. They did it. This way. Why do we grind broken weapons when we can't properly use them against threatening enemy? Isn't this game also advertised as a power fantasy? Yeah, that's another thing that really drives me nuts. The whole power fantasy copium. Power fantasy argument. Power fantasy. Dog, it's not a power fantasy if you're just playing Minecraft creative mode. You know what I mean? We can hire 7 celebrity voice actors every update, but we'll never fix our waypoint that have been an issue for 10 years. Yeah, that's a thing. You can't see extract marker. Yeah, that happens for everybody. It's just a universal Warframe issue. Grind so much for a small bit of power or quality of life in their build. It's not a power fantasy if you have no struggle to compare your peak power to. It really isn't. It's like you start this game out as like Son Gohan, and then you work your way up to being Goku Ultra Instinct, but you're still only ever fighting like the fucking Ginyu Force instead of like the Universal Tournament of Power or whatever. Your shield health color is tripping you up. The default health color? The default of blue and red? I think it's been too long since you've been new. What is that? What do you mean by that? When you don't know what you're doing and have nothing, the game can be difficult. So I've remade and remade and remade accounts before. Like brand new accounts, nothing on them. And while it's correct that I will always have my knowledge base and my knowledge check that will prevent me from ever being truly hard limited, every single time I remake a new account and I have nothing, I remember exactly what it's like. I remember exactly what it was like when I didn't have anything, including the knowledge that I had, and I still had to figure shit out on my own. I still remember all the time gating. I remember all of the frustrations that come from, oh my god, it takes me so long to kill a handful of enemies in higher level content. Because you are just chipping them away. Because I'm literally playing it in that instance. And despite all of those things, I would not look at you and tell you that this game has any real difficulty behind it. The game starts to become difficult when you hit levels 30-ish, when you have no mods or gear, but then you get the Nataruk. Difficult is the incorrect word. The correct word is overwhelming. It's not difficult. It's not skill-based. Time to kill is not difficulty. Exactly. It's tedium. Taking cover behind a box when an Eximus unit does its radial attack is not difficulty. It's just oh, do you know that when it does the charge up noise, you have to take cover? Or roll? Even when I was brand new to this game and I was in high school, right? And I was a teenager, a dumb, young, full of cum teenager who didn't have any fucking brain cells and who didn't want to do things in any particular way other than the way that they wanted to. Even when I was a dipshit teenager, the game was not difficult. Warframe's biggest, I think, sin is that for a game that is supposed to be a looter shooter with this PvE element, the enemies are never threatening. The enemies are never like, oh my god, I gotta be scared of that guy. And anytime an enemy is threatening, it's not like a skill-based, reaction-based, like positioning-based, like be smart. Like, I played all of Hollow Knight Silksong twice. The second it came out. Like, day one it came out, I was grinding the shit out of it, and I played it fairly slowly. Right? I took my time. Young, dumb, and full of cum. That's teenagers. That's what they are. I played Silksong twice, right? And I played fairly slowly. And the very first time, I got my ass handed to me by literally everything. I got my ass handed to me by fodder enemies. Right? I got my ass handed to me by fucking scrubs. And it was a slog. I still have fucking nightmares of bile water, alright? the parkour sections that I had to do over and over and over again, and the gauntlets and the bullshit, just because it was like, oh my fucking god. A part of it was that I was really rusty and I hadn't played a Metroidvania since the original Hollow Knight, all the way up until the release of Hollow Knight Silksong. So part of it was just that I was really in unfamiliar territory, because the last time I played a Metroidvania, aside from literal Metroid, on my fucking Nintendo Game Boy Advance, my blue Game Boy Advance, was Hollow Knight. And it had been years since I played a Metroidvania. So after some getting used to, and after probably like 50-ish hours or so in Hollow Knight Silksong, I 100%ed the game. I did all of the medals, I did all the shit, whatever. And then I went and did New Game Plus, right? I did not New Game Plus. I just did another Steel Soul run. New run. And when I did it, when I went to the beginning of the game, I didn't have the same issues I had when I was a brand new player playing Silksong for the first time and getting used to the controls and reintroducing myself to the concept of Metroidvania and relearning how to play Silksong, like Hollow Knight. I flew through the beginning of the game because I knew what I was doing, because I was experienced, and because my skills had improved and I had gotten better at gaming, at specifically Hollow Knight Silksong. I had invested enough time into it, I understood the enemy's attack patterns, I knew kind of where to go because I'd memorized the map and like where stuff was, I learned the ins and outs of like fluid combat and like what tools I can utilize. Was it slower gameplay? Yeah, it was still slower. I didn't have all my overpowered gear. I didn't have all my needle upgrades and all my silk arts unlocked. But I still didn't struggle the exact same way that I did when I was a brand new player to the game. And the reason I bring that up, the reason I say it, is because as I got better at the game, when I went back to the earlier sections, I could display my skill by just asserting my dominance over fucking Grub Mother, or whatever the Moss Mother. I could just shit stomp her and no-hit her. And when I was a brand new idiot who barely was comfortable with the controls, I got my shit rocked by Moss Mother. I beat her on 1 HP. I was like, oh, fuck. I almost died to Moss Mother. I didn't. I'm not that bad. I'm not that bad at video games, but I almost did. I got my shit handed to me. Clearly, somewhere along the way, I picked up and improved, right? And somewhere along the way, I built the skills, and so my gameplay reflected that, and my future runs showcase that. In Warframe, you can't have that. Despite all of the skills that I have internalized, and despite all of my memorization and all the knowledge I have about Warframe, everything I understand, all of my experience in this game, if I make a brand new account right now, go all the way to MR0, have nothing equipped, have nothing, and I go to play this game, I am not going to be any better off, any faster, well, a little bit faster because of bullet jumping and movement, but I'm not going to be any stronger. I'm not going to be able to do things more optimally. I'm not going to be able to have a faster time through XYZ. The only thing I'm going to be able to do better than a new player is go to navigation and select the correct missions. Transferable skills and experience in the game that make you feel like an epic gamer? Yeah. Yeah, transferable skills. It's kind of a big deal. There's nothing in Warframe that you can use to be like, oh yeah, this is a metric, this is an observable metric, where like I can like measure and I can show you why I'm a better player than the average new person. Warframe replaces skill with resources? Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. A completely unskilled player being given Revenant and the Torrid Incarnon can steamroll the entire game, start to finish, all the way from the very first mission in the game to level cap. And everything in between. EDA, ETA, all of the fucking hard mode bosses, everything. A nobody who barely knows the controls of the game, if you handed them Nyx and said, when you push 4, you turn invulnerable, and then you just let them play the game, they would literally never die because they would press 4 and turn invulnerable. That's not a skill check. It's just having the invulnerability button. That's not like a transferable piece of knowledge, or like something like, oh, like they don't know where to get nicks or how to do this or like why it works or whatever. None of that even matters. Press 4, don't die. All right, I can press 4. You ready? I did it. I'm the best Warframe player. Woo! Yeah, give me a gold medal. Yeah, baby. Woo! It's like, that fucking sucks. I've talked a lot before about like things I would do to Warframe. There's a million things I would do to Warframe. And I know that I can't speak for everybody because I'm a very particular kind of player. The type of game that I play, like my style of player, the people who used to play the game like me, and the people that like my culture of Warframe player is gone. I kind of belong to a lost tribe of forgotten Warframe players from decades past. And the people that do still exist and kind of like play Warframe in a similar way to me, they do so very differently now compared to the way I and the people of my time period used to play Warframe. One of the things that I have always focused on, though, in like, this is what I would do to Warframe, this is what I would do to Warframe, this, I always come back to 3 main ideas every single time. And the 3 main ideas are enemy remastering and rebalancing, including increasing enemy diversity, some kind of massive overall happening to the star chart and the way we interact with the star chart and mission, and just like overall mission progress, and more active, smaller, not so sweeping changes more frequently for things that are not popularity based, but instead like relative to like their power, because popularity does not indicate unhealthiness or power. Usually. Sometimes it does. Wukong is a good example. Most of the time it doesn't. Jade Stars. Blocking, parries, more use cases for hitting weak points, timing attacks, windows, enemy vulnerability, more interesting evasion. Oh yeah. Do I think that Warframe being a shooter inherently reduces the room for skill expression? Not at all. Not at all. Not even a little bit. Shooters are full of skill expression. It depends on what skill expression you want to focus on and what community you want to cultivate. And also, Warframe being a shooter is like kind of like half true and half false, because you can just run like any melee weapon and compete very aggressively with time to kill and room clearing. Even before the era of melee influence, if you knew how to position yourself properly and you knew how to maneuver around correctly, melee players could very much be more involved and kill things much more aggressively than shooters. You can make the game a bullet hell. Yeah, you can do a lot of things. You mean mostly in regards to enemies using hit scan guns? Oh, I would fucking delete like half of the hit scan characters. I would delete so many hit scan characters outright. I see what you mean. Yeah. Enemies being hit scan is actually a large part of the problem. Not every enemy needs to not be hit scan. There are some that should be hit scan, like the ballistas, the snipers, the shotgun units can be hit scan, but most units, I would say, it would be better off if they were using some form of projectile and a mixture of speeds between low and high speed projectiles. Enemies shooting a cloud of damage instances and particle effects with hitboxes is awful for skill-based evasion. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot. So. Well, let's like let's see. Warframe enemies are weird. A lot of enemies have like really interesting AI mechanics, but they have no fucking health, so you never notice before they turn into a puddle. That's another thing when it comes to it. Somebody did a diagram a long time ago. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was a triangle. What? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna draw it myself. Paint. MS Paint's coming up, chat. I know how much you guys love MS Paint. Woo, Paint. Chat, type 1 if you're excited for MS Paint. If you're typing 1, I can't see it, nor do I care. Cool. It doesn't want to capture. Does anybody want to explain why it doesn't want to capture? Aw, man. I've been having this issue lately. I think it's this thing's fault. Nope, that's not it. I can capture a... What? It's named incorrectly. What? Okay, for some reason it's named incorrectly. Oh, no, it's frozen when I do that. Huh. Uh, why? Why are you like this? Man, I love everything. It's so much fun. I'm having a great time. Why are you like this? Whoa, that's new. Okay. Hey, look, you can see it. Cool, you can see MS Paint. Yippee. I love everything. All right. Anyways, TLDR. TLDR. The triangle looked like this, and it was like damage, health, and defense, right? And it's like, this is like a normal game where things are balanced. Maybe there's a little bit more weighting or more emphasis this way, right? Whatever. And then you get to Warframe's triangle, which instead of being like a nice, even triangle shape, it looks more like this. Whoop, 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 like this. And there's just this huge emphasis on emphasis on the damage side of things. And the defense is over here, just kind of barely existing. And your health is over here, in the sense that, like, some frames can do it, some can't. You know, it's Windows 10 moment, baby. And this is kind of the premise of the problem. And this is especially true for enemies, who enemies more just look like this. And they're all in the damage part of things. Like, they don't, like, this is their health, and this is their defense stats down here. Like, and this is all they are, actually. There's a little bit more over here, and a little bit more over here, and you know what I mean? Like the damage side of things is just, like, completely maxed out when it comes to enemies, to the point where there's not really the rest of the chart. There's just nothing else. Whoop, whoop, like that. And over time, this has kind of changed a little bit. Warframe defenses have improved a lot, and we have gotten a lot tankier. And so now damage is kind of like this. Actually, hold on. Let's see. Let's get 2D shapes in here. Maybe I can make this better like this. Let's get lines. Huh? 4-point curve. Yeah, that's interesting. I should just do a triangle. Wait. There's a right angle triangle, but not a regular triangle? Oh, it's there. I'm just blind. I don't use this one. I usually use the old one. Get 3D shapes? Why would I ever do this? Why would I ever do this? Cube. Oh. What the fuck? This is a thing you can do? It looks so cool. Make a line with health dead in the middle? Yeah, pretty much. Anyways, the little triangle chart that I'm remembering is way better than the one I made. And I really wish I could find it, but I'm too lazy to find it, what I'm looking for in particular. But it's something to that effect, right? As time has gone on, Warframe defenses have gotten so much better now that we are just immortal 90% of the time. That was made in a time, I think, before Shieldgate, and before, like, other stuff was given to the player base to kind of make them invulnerable. And that was made before a time where like Revenant existed, but he was actually so fucking bad that even Mesmer skin was, like, not usable. And over time, they just kind of kept buffing Revenant, and now he's like the immortal tank noob frame that everybody knows him to be. But previously, even Revenant wasn't saving players with survivability issues. Nowadays, that's not true. Nowadays, every Warframe is immortal. You can't die. And on top of every Warframe being immortal, every weapon in the game does infinite damage. Coda Base Assist is just a free win weapon. If you cannot look at the stats on this gun and you don't say, oh, this is a free win gun, and you don't look at a build, and even if you don't have, like, maxed out mods, like, I have maxed out mods, so I understand that for me it's a little bit different. But even if you don't have maxed out mods, this weapon hits for millions of damage. Millions and millions and millions of damage. On, like, an unmaxed, unoptimized build. And if you do have a maxed out build, then you know just how easy it is to literally hit damage cap on this gun. And it's like, we've gone so far beyond the point of no return, I feel, with like how much damage we deal, that it's like, okay, well, the enemy health needs to reflect that. And then instead of that, DE nerfed enemy health. Huh? Huh? What? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why do they nerf enemy health? Why do they do it? I don't get it. Huh? Why? You've never hit damage cap on Beso? Well, to be fair, you seem to really struggle with building and other stuff. This doesn't really surprise me too much. You really hated Jade Shadows? Yeah, Jade Shadows fucking murdered the game for balance. I hated the updates before Jade Shadows for like, oh my god, incarnon weapons are so overpowered. Even as far back as Gen 1 incarnons, I was kind of complaining that like enemy health values should not really be so low. But the sheer amount of like damage that was dealt to let's see. Let's get this guy loaded up. That wasn't really as hard as I thought it would be. Unless I just... I mean, there you go. There's 1,000,000 damage on a fucking non-buffed build. There's no buffs, no priming. Millions of damage. Oh, I wasn't building shit this entire time. Oh, my fucking Sentinel killed everything. God, Sentinels are so... That's the other thing. Companions kill everything now. It's like, dude, like, you don't even have to play the game because everything just dies all the time. It's like, what are we even talking about nowadays? I think I get one more kill. Yeah, there we go. $4 million damage, blast proc, GG. Mesa damage cap. Well, it's not even doing damage cap on Mesa. Usually I run this on Haro. Because fucking oh, that's right. I have a Haro build on, don't I? Holy Mesa. Yeah, I was running the Haro build. That explains a lot. Let's get Deadhead back on here. Deadhead. Yeah, good old Haro build. This Haro build's a lot of fun. Just hallway cleaner Haro. Good old 500,000 damage. Unprimed. How do you not hit damage cap on this, baby wolf? This thing is fucking multi-CO. What's good to go for on a Beso Riven? Multi-shot crit damage? I don't know, dude. What do I have? I don't even know what I have. I have multi-shot crit damage. There you go. I don't know. Damage, just generic damage is good because this has multi-CO. Fire rate, punch through. Yeah, that's also probably really good. Yeah, that's also a good Riven. What the fuck? Damn. I was cooking. Yo, let me cook, I guess. You use Mirage? Mirage is even easier damage cap, though. Because you have, like, infinite damage instances. You drive me nuts. You use Mirage, and it's like, I can't hit damage cap. Like, yes, you can. You're using Mirage. You drive me insane. Miss Sage and funny moment. How sad? Nah, not really. You're just cooked. Yes. Oh, I guess damage cap on base maybe is a bit dramatic. Damage cap on base, so I can see you need a little bit more of a something or other, but I don't know, man. It's not that hard. Conjunction survival. I need to open one of every relic type, by the way. Refinement. A12, I guess. I'm gonna go to clan only. I'll go to friends only. If somebody wants to join me, they can join me. Baruch damage cap is unsurprising, especially in 2022. Damage cap is unsurprising. Hitting 2 billion damage is not that hard. Stop with your fucking weapon stealing bullshit. What weapon do I have? I have this. Let's get rid of these guys. Hello, enemies. Okay, I just missed like 10 times on that enemy. Holy. Oh, Beso. Rip Halo, never forget. We have Galo now? Huh? Did I miss something? Doesn't gas count as weak points? Gas can get weak point kills. It doesn't count as a weak point. If you get a headshot with gas, then it will continue to deal damage to headshots on surrounding gas proc kills from the cloud. It doesn't get headshot damage, but it will count as a headshot for something like Haro's abilities or Sight's abilities. But it itself does not get headshot damage or become a headshot. $17 million damage on an unprimed enemy with a weapon that has multiplicative CO, by the way. Oh god. An acolyte. Where is he? There he is. I actually don't need to stay in this black and white area anymore. Good old base assist. Just a hallway cleaner. You know, I should just find somewhere that I can just sit and just point down the end of a hallway with this. Oh, I should have grabbed other... Well, whatever, doesn't matter. My primary weapon has unlimited ammo. Alt fire time. You'd be on, but you're at work, and also your computer is still dead. Fair enough, I suppose. Argon hammer. Mi bomba. I don't even know why I'm doing this. Oh yeah, I'm cracking a relic. I like forgot what mission I was playing. I don't even know why I loaded this up. Thoughts on Tau? I'm hopeful. I'm excited. I've always said it that I think that the story quests are where the game shines. I think that when the game is doing good story quests, then it's a lot more fun. Ooh, all the fire bubbles. Why am I not using bypasses? Because fucking bypasses are a pain in the ass to find in Lua Fisher tiles. I don't know what it is with Lua Fishers, but finding bypasses, even with the air support charges, are genuinely miserable. I don't think they spawn. Like, somebody said they did. I was playing with some people who were like, yeah, no, they spawn, bro. They spawn. And it's like, brother, where? Can't get a headshot on that guy. There we go. I need to be visible. I fucked up because I need to take damage. That's really awkward. Oh, there's a nullifier. Nullify me, please. I got nullified. Dickhead. There we go. Fucking nullifiers are the worst. On Lua, they can and do often spawn. We're going to use an air support charge, and if we don't get one, you're lying. We did not get a single one. Maybe on Lua, they spawn for, maybe on Lua they spawn if it's not a Fisher mission. But every Lua Fisher I've done, I've never seen one. You've never found one after they added it in the update? I found plenty. We found some earlier. I found them in Railjack Survival. They can and do spawn out of bounds. Yeah. So from what I heard, on average, they tend to be 200 meters away from life support towers, and they don't respawn unless you collect life support towers. So you have to be actively eating life support towers, or else they don't spawn. completely regular build video with a wacky build title like "This video made my mom commit adultery" was crazy. I mean, yeah, that tends to be Warframe videos in a nutshell, though, doesn't it? Maybe I should try a gas assist build. Daiku Prime Grip. Wow. Where's the Warframe build to build infinite forma? Bend over, touch your shows. And Pablo will show you. Cogron. I love the Cogron slams. They're so goofy. Bonk. Bonk. Look at all these fucking orbs and armor packs everywhere. God, Cogron is so good. Wham, wham, blam. I gotta make sure I'm still getting headshots. Uh-oh. My first ability ended. And it's back. Silence! Oh, he's gone. Well, that's just sad now, isn't it? This build made me crack no radiant relic. I sure love my player base. I sure love Warframe players, man. This build does 50 million damage, but that's not the cool part. The real cool part is it sends $10 billion to Israel every time you kill an enemy. This weapon bombs children's schools, claiming that there are military operations happening, while the elementary schoolers are in class. Benjamin Netanyahu wants this weapon to fight for Israel. Lad, what the fuck are you talking about, dog? You okay, homie? This stug build is so strong, it turns your damage numbers into the host's IP address. I like that. I like that. That's a good one. Don't worry, the money's probably coming out of Social Security. Oh, I never worried. My good boy Benicide needs it to fucking make sure the infidels over in fucking Middle Eastern stand fucking pay for their crimes against his greatness. Benicide, Net, and Oppenheimer over here, dude. This build is so broken. Straight smuggling it, and by it, let's say it's my amalgam barrel diffusion. True. Who needs an ABG when you got ABD? I like it, I like it. Oh, I thought I had another slam left. Oh, whatever. You know what, chat? Kagron is probably a female hammer. Because it's just always delivering, you know? So it's gotta be pregnant. Type shit. What is happening, lol? I started cracking relics and the average, like, IQ of this stream just plummeted through the floor. I need to crack relics in order to, do a night wave. And in doing so, I accidentally started cracking no relic. You know what I mean? Challenge completed! Woohoo! I did it! How the fuck does an inanimate object have a gender? Because it's pregnant and it's always delivering, man. I just told you. You gotta fucking pay attention, man. Hang on, I wonder if my... Ha! My Kagron Slam can kill those. That's fucking cool. Alright. Well, that's fun. Alright, I'm out of here. Heat, gas, or blast better for damage-oriented comb gun? It depends on what you're shooting at, man. If you're doing arbitrations, I believe it's blast is the meta. Actually, I believe it's elec is the meta because you use the elec shards. I don't know if blast is included on that. Alright. What do I need? Mark things, donate to Laverian. Hello, Lamode. Kill enemies with toxin damage. What does Umbra Forma even do at this point? I mean, I still use them. They exist. I think I have a toxin. I don't have a toxin. I gotta make a toxin. Fuck! I don't wanna. Alright, I'm gonna use somebody else instead. Oh, I shouldn't do that. I should do... Well, I guess I can keep this, doesn't matter. Who gives toxin damage? Chat, does anybody know who gives toxin damage? Can you guys type in chat right now a frame that you know that gives toxin damage? Man, I love my chatters. My chatters are so intelligent. My chatters are so smart and funny. I'm playing Lavos, fuck it. Lava! Nom, 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 nom. Every frame? True. Very true. Very true. So true, in fact. Somebody get that guy a true. Somebody, yo. Somebody true this guy. Labos. Labos Gunbubber. Gunbubber Labo. Gunbubber Labo. Labo with the Gunbubber. Gunbubber Labo. I love Rabos. I Labo the Gunbubber. Gunbubber with the Labo. Labo with the gun. Labo with the gun. Gun Labo. Gun Labo. Gun Labo. The Labo with the gun. Gun Labo. We just stacking every status type shit. How far along are we? Okay, we're almost there. Labo. You know, I was not familiar with how much, like, proc rate his 2 had until, like, I actually used it on, like a handful of enemies and was just like, oh, damn, this thing does, like, crazy procs. I did a blast setup with it one time, and it's just like constantly was exploding. It's good shit. Like, peek this hallway. Like, this shit just does so much toxin. It's gnarly. And it does cold procs, too, so it freezes enemies. It's like good crowd control. Alright, I'm gonna do that real quick so I can check. Surely I'm done with this challenge. Yeah, I am. Okay. Blast build. Blast build. Might as well stay around. Fuck it. Gas build. Lavos is so good, man. It's so fucking good. Honestly, you could nerf his valence transformation to be 100% instead of 200 for all of his things, and it would still be good. Such a strong frame. You have never seen that Nightwave page until now? The challenges page? You also use it to keep track of Rivens. Thermal transfer so you can blast Elec in one weapon with innate viral magnetic? Yeah, you can rainbow build. Modded gas and blast is unique to him. Save for the weapon augs? Yes. Your mind is blown? Did you come? God damn it, I forgot to mark resources. Win 3 wagers in a row without letting the enemy score in a match of the index. Modded blast doesn't do anything though. It doesn't. Complete 15 missions. 10 more missions? I can do 10 missions. I think it's the... Oh, which build is it? I think it's this build is my Titania Vault build. Blast doesn't have a modded blast increase to its DOT like every other dot. Yeah, that's true. Uko. Not Steel Path. Jesus. Solo, so I load faster. I cried. Oh, goddamn thing. Ah! Dude. I'm so ass. That is a crazy scream. Whoever did that scream gets promoted. IMO. That's a crazy scream. Sounded like plankton. Whoa! You know what I mean? Oh, awesome. I spent so much time fucking around in the early doors. But I ran out of time on my Titania ability. Wow, what a shit run. Fucking demote me. 35 seconds, yikes. Need index people or nah? I could do a 4-man index. Honestly, you know what? Index sounds like a fucking great time. Let me do these missions really quickly. Because it's going to take like no time at all. Hopefully it doesn't take 35 seconds every run. Jesus. Fucking kill me. Oh, of course I have to... Okay, if I have to reselect it manually, I'm doing Hepit each time. Index actually does sound like a fun time. Oh, what a... No? Down here. Bad room pathing. Should have taken the tighter turn, but that's okay. I hate this room. Here we go. Straight line? No, not a straight line. Almost. Hi, babe. First try, get credit, blessing, or booster. Yeah, true. We are there for the credits, guys. We do care about the credits on Index. Guys, I need credits. I'm poor. I'm so poor on credits. My 250 million credits. Four chroma. If oh, I'm just trolling. I just wasn't holding W. Awesome. I think he's dead, actually. Yeah, he is. He was going that way. Should be. Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. I trolled. Dude, I can't fly for shit. I'm so bad at this fucking video game. Just fucking end me, bro. Just end me. I 3-speeded on my 2-speed build, and I fucking... end me. Every run takes 30 seconds. I'm so bad at this video game. Nevin Yahoo needs more credits. Send 10 billion credits to Nevin Yahoo right now, bro. Please. Guys, text credits to... Never mind. Yo. Did you see that Israel tried campaigning in the US to like rate the favorability of like Americans' perception? They started texting a bunch of people, and they were like, "Hey, do you want to do a random survey about you know, how you feel about Israel?" And like everybody just started fucking digging into it because like, yeah, I got plenty to say, bro. I got plenty of opinion. What the fuck? Oh, there. That was waypoint trolling. Thermal sonder. It was very funny. It was like, what are your opinions on the United States' relationship with Israel? And some dude just responded like a giant fucking paragraph block. And it's just like, oh shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That was very funny to see. I'm excited for my text. I can't wait. As a utility weapon, is it bad? I don't know. Did you put fire rate on it? It's a Tenet Ferox. All it cares about is fire rate. See if we can actually predict the room this time. I feel like it's here, maybe? Nope, it's down. Okay. One of these days I'll predict the room. I hate that area. That room is so fucking hard to read. There's like a couple rooms that are really great for the head start. Okay. Hate that room. What? Okay, the waypoint just baited me. You know my PB on this tile is 24 seconds. No, it's 23 seconds. I have a clip of it. Here's a piece of my mind. Sends the prejudice section of the... Yeah, here's a piece of my mind. Send some fucking crazy. Yeah, yeah. Oh, what an operator moment. No! I didn't crouch either. Wow, GG. Holy fucking throw. Quite possibly the worst Titania player you've ever seen in your life. Oh my god. Quite possibly the worst Titania player of all time. uh... Oh, forget laundering money, dude. They just send it there. Whoa, what the fuck? I got a close spawn. And then I... Hello? Awesome. I don't think it's this way. It's not. It is? What? Oh, it's upstairs. Jeez. One of these days, I'll get, like, the God roll tile, dude. One of these days, I'll get the God roll, just, like, perfectly straight line, 200-meter enemy spawn, 400-meter extract. And when I get that tile, I will still fuck it up and have a 20-second time. 3 more missions, chat. 3 more missions. I'm gonna wait to do that. Okay, we got a shortcut because we saw this guy going this way. Nice. Oh, why did I do that? Am I just brain dead, maybe? A move so bad. You took out the AC today. It's too hot and too humid. VRC had a fastest Titania Fisher run complete competition in the past month. Top prize was 20,000 plat. Aries did a run where he got, I believe it was 16 or 17 seconds on a relic crack. He tied world record just cracking relic, which was insane. You tend to confuse the vaulted relic community with VR chat. I mean, they're both the same group of people, so I don't blame you. Oh, not that way. I was gonna say it's this way. One more mission. VR chat is ERPers and such. Yeah, ERPers, furries, and degenerate, kid molesting, evil pieces of shit. So yeah, they're pretty much like identical with VRC chat, like the VRC server. What would vaulted relics be? Yeah, the same thing. Furries, degenerate, child grooming, vaguely racist. All that shit, man. Up or down? Probably down, actually. Yep. Oh, that was a good tile. 24 seconds. Dude, fuck. If I had a cleaner capture, that might have tied my PB of 23. Man. That, and if I was a little bit smoother on flying, I got stuck on a couple of things. I had a good prediction, but I should have committed to it with one more Void Sling. I was tepid. I didn't want to commit to it. All right, chat. It's index time. 3 wagers in a row. Do I have a Gara loadout? I don't. Guess who's making a Gara loadout? Goira. Those fuckers aren't vague? True. Fair enough. Fair enough, man. I kind of just want to make it, I think, a dispensary one, right? Actually, wait, I don't care. I just care about the 4th ability. I should just make super high strength, narrow-minded 4th ability setup with starting energy. So prime sure-footed, preparation, and just high strength. There we go. Strength. And narrow-minded. Interesting. Then I should go like this, because that's less capacity. Probably that, just for comfort, although I don't really need it. In fact, I don't think well, maybe. Other than that, nothing else matters. I'm just vitrifying in the early phase. Maybe get away with Sculptor, and then I can not run this. More strength, perchance. Actually, this is more for the Vitrify than Umbral. Remind me, does Vitrify scale with Gara's own armor, or is it only enemy health from capture? I think it's only... "5x armor multiplier, 50% damage vulnerability." So if I really quickly grab Umbral Fiber, 13,000 health. Yeah, her armor does matter. Okay, so let's just give her some armor really quickly. Umbral Fiber. Maybe then I will go Umbral Intensify. Although, kind of expensive to commit to for 460 armor. Kind of not worth. I'd rather do this. Maybe I should do a Gara with armor shards. Armor shard Gara would make a lot more sense, because I'm not doing corrosive for the setup. So let's take this. We're going to drop it in chat for myself. And then we're going to go to a Gara. And make a Bombo Clot Blard Gara. Apply a override. Right, it's missing a bunch of FOMA. Wow, it chose like the most questionable mods to prioritize. Oh, it's never even been polarized. Epic Gaming. Alright. Watch this tech. That. Okay. We can rock that now. We can take this off, I think. Because I think I get more value out of Blind Rage. I actually... Oh, this has dispensary on it. Huh. I don't even need that much duration, honestly. I just kind of want it for the negative range, funny enough. Health conversion would be ideal. Maybe I put this on like this instead then. Pick up some flat armor, get some flat armor out of this. Battery could be a thing. Maybe I give myself energy capacity after all. I do want to do Railjack and finish the nodes, Crow. We can play tomorrow or something. I guess circumvent or something? I don't know. That's really funny that I have dispensary here already. Let's go ahead and put some blards on here. Blue shards. Armor. Hello, Crow. Goodbye, Crow. True? Augment build, perchance. Instead of secrets, augment heal build, and then I can run persistence. Thoughts? I don't know if it's necessarily worth it. I don't have status immunity. How hard is the RNG for Mark 4 drops on SP Railjack? It's not, because you can just take your Mark 3s and infuse them and get the max percent out of it. Is the Velox receiver from the exemplar? Dude, ask the wiki. I would not fucking know that. Ask the fucking wiki, dog. What? Why would I even know? Why would I know that? In what What the fuck kind of question, bro? I don't fucking know. I have no idea. That is not a Nev question. That is a wiki question if I've ever heard it. Do I get more capacity out of this? I do. I actually save capacity doing that. And that allows me to maybe do the armor aura mod instead. Stand united. A little bit more valuable than this, I think, for me. I've somehow lost strength. Where did the strength go? Oh, whatever. Shatterstorm Does it deal accumulated damage or base modded power strength value? It accumulates damage every time you break the 4th ability. The amount of damage it accumulates, I believe, comes from Mass Vitrify. It's from Tier 2 Void. There you go. Make it just Blessing, but I don't know if I'm going to get 50 health orbs in a mission. I guess I could. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of almost want more strength. Bellicose? Oh, I can't really do Bellicose. Attacks from summoned minions. Oh, that doesn't work. Strength applies to shield. That's kind of funny. I don't know. I don't know what to run. Just gonna grab Aegis for comfort, I guess. I'll figure it out later. Alright, let's grab weapons to kill the guys. They're fairly chill to just hose down. They don't have damage attenuation, so I'm just gonna grab this. They're fairly weak, so I don't think I'll even need like a proper setup. So probably like, I don't know, maybe this? Maybe that's too much. Maybe just this. It's index, right? Like we're just doing 3 rounds of index, so who slash cares, you know what I mean? You forgot how to play? Grab Rhino or Revenant or Dante or something of that matter and just run around and you kill shit and then they drop tokens and they drain your energy. So Rhino is good because Overguard prevents energy drain. They reduce your max HP and shields. You want to deposit them when you hit certain breakpoints because you get bonus points. I think the meta is like 3 pickups of 15 and 1 pickup of 20 or something like that. Formulating an entire build for something you'll do one time. Well, the Gara build, I used to do Limbo Bubble back in the day to just perma-defend. But Gara Wall can block the enemies, and Gara is a little bit more, you know, aggressive on account of having her 1. So I kind of want to run Gara. So I'm not really too worried about these because I can just whatever. Gara's range is already really good. I could squeeze a range mod in because I have capacity, though. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, wait. I can go like this. There we go. And then I can use my 1 to just fucking whatever is in front of me just dies. Nautilus exists. I don't think you bring companions, do you? I don't remember if you bring companions or not. Chat, do you bring companions into Index? No, right? Yeah, no companions. There's no vacuum. So I don't think that matters. I think this is probably good enough. Other than that, you just deposit points and make sure the time doesn't run out for the first thing, and after the time doesn't run out, then you just, yeah, you just fucking fly through it. Using Energize? No Energize. Using Sculptor. Sculptor Dispensary. And preparation to spawn with energy. Which I should spawn... Yeah, 175. So I spawn with enough energy to use... How do you roll so fast? There is a mod called Amalgam Barrel Diffusion. It goes on secondary weapons, and I have it on literally every secondary weapon I use. Energize in 26. Not as crazy as you think. Oh. Shit. Spawn energy doesn't work here. Well, that's not good. I will wait then, ever so slightly. There should be one more orb. Nope, health orb. There we go, that's good enough. And then we use the fourth ability here. And this just literally prevents enemies from ever touching this. And that's the point of that. And as long as we keep our... what's it called up, then we're chilling. I heard noise. There we go. We just want to make sure that we're wagering. In the early game, we don't really care too much about point efficiency. We just want to put in enough points to not run out of our... Where'd my point go? Got picked up. We want to make sure we're not losing time. So, like, I'm going to deposit these handful of points, even though it's not super optimal. Just for the sake of we want our times. Yeah, the ways you can guarantee to never lose points in the index is never die, make sure your teammates never die, and don't run with AI companions because the AI companions can die. But since we have one AI companion, we just have to pay attention to it. Because if/when it dies, it will give a point to the enemies. But I also like to cock block them anyways, so there's just points on the floor here. The different banking bonuses, I forget exactly what they are, but basically you want one person to have all the coins most of the time. Yeah, that's a friendly. That's the enemy. Because, like, right now, see, I have 10 points. I think Omega has, like, 10 or 16 points or something like that. Every time the enemies die, they also go on cooldown. For the respawn timer. Let's see, that guy spawned inside of the wall. That's never a good sign. But we're okay, I suppose. You'll notice I don't have energy anymore. That's because you run out of energy when you have a bunch of these tokens. They incur energy drain on you. So you do have to be fairly wise. Okay, what do I have now? 16 plus 8. Okay, I just picked up a bunch. 20 plus 10. There we go. So I believe it's like 2 things of like 20 plus 10. And then like 1 deposit of or something like that, right? Or it's 3 things. Hang on. 3 of those is 90, and then 1 deposit of 8 plus 2 is optimal. So you want to do 20 plus 10, and then 8 plus 2. Yeah. That's how you get your optimal rates. Shit. For index. And you'd want to do it that way because if you carry over too many points, then it's a waste. We're just going to deposit these. And where did this guy? There he is. So I made my index ring barrier a little too small. What a crazy way to die. $79. It was 7. That's 9. I'll just get, I guess, 2 more points and then deposit. Because 9 plus 2 will be 11. And we'll... Or, no, that's not enough. What am I talking about? Yeah, that'll be 90. 11 plus 4, 15. Close. $88? Yeah, there we go. You want to not go over. Can we spend time? Yeah, we can spend time together. Oh, I couldn't see you. There's that. I'm gonna try my best to avoid picking up tokens until Omega's at 20 plus 10. I will ping tokens though. Oh, energy spawns are broken. Interesting. Well, I guess we'll have to rely on Oberon for energy now. That happens sometimes. Energy spawns get broken. Let's not pick those up. That's too high. There we go. That should be good. Nope. Yeah, now that we have all the time in the world, the only thing we care about is just depositing optimally. Also, enemies tend to path towards points. So if they see that you have a bunch of points orbiting you, then they will also want to come pick them up. But they spawn randomly, so... I'm gonna try to, like, sit here and just hoard these. You only have 4 things, but the debuff thing is saying 6. That's because we're on the high level index. High endurance index gives you +2 debuff automatically. Oh, shit. That's not good. This is too much. There we go. Take that orb. Goody goody. You guys should be able to deposit by now. Surely somebody can deposit. Omega looks like he has enough. Six. Oh, this guy picked up a couple points here. Hold on. I have 2. There we go. Oh, we need 2 more, I suppose. How the fuck do we have 202 points, but we need 2... Oh, whatever, I guess. There we go. I have it. Oh, okay. There's his token. Okay. Wait. What? Oh. Themes. Good old moves. Yeah, I totally forgot how good fucking Oberon is, even though we just showcased his immortality bullshit just a bit ago. But indexed Oberon makes a great sense. Want to buy the token? Somebody else pick it up? Okay. Oh yeah, bang points don't roll over, that's why. One of our deposits had 2 extra. That makes sense. It's probably from when I did it. What a fucking maneuver. You know what's funny? I barely remember the rules of Index despite getting the John Prodman poster. I'm getting several John Prodman posters at that. The spawn rate was faster. Yeah. Give me that. Oh, that was my 20th. I need 1. There we go. There's my 20th. Okay. There we go. My 13th reason why. I hear corpus noises. we go. Alright, I'm looking for 8+2, I believe. I think I'm gonna be the 8+2-er. Oh, we only need 5. Okay. Nope, that's a friendly. Actually, I have 3. If the AI deposits, then we're done. I think that's it. Yeah, 3 wagers in a row without the... in a well? 3 wagers in a row. Rules of index kiss the profit wall. Crazy. Well, there we go. That should be max rank Nightwave. Yep, it is. Yippee! I did it, guys. I really, really care about this. This is a cool ephemera, I can't lie. Yay, Nightwave. I didn't even level up from that. Goddamn. Or I should say I didn't max rank. I did level up. You know what? That makes me want to do like an index run. Like a real deep index run with like some randoms. And just kind of see what they're up to over there, you know? I kind of want to see the Timmies playing. The second augment? Don't. I want to see, man. I want to see what they're up to. I want to see what those little guys are doing. Hey, does Oberon's grass count for sculptor? Brain damage is not reversible. True. The only people who run index are the people who don't know Halvania saves. Why would you use sculpture? Already unlimited energy. Mostly for index in particular. Because you want like max energy capacity and efficiency, and you still want to utilize like universal fallout and high, you know, whatever. But I'm just curious. Because you don't need strength on him for the energy orb spawn, so like this is a free slot to me. It would have helped there. That's why I wanted to see. Oberon rework was a tragedy. Yes, it was. Yes, I agree it was. Let's do range mod. Range mod. Almost 250. Such a tragedy. Sculptor saves a slot. It lets you run blind rage with no consequence. That's the reason to use Sculptor. I should just do a different config, hey? I should just take this, duplicate it over to this one, override, swap some stuff around. So, like, I don't need this, I don't need that. I can then max out my range stat, which is this mod and this mod. I can then go for more duration. And I can go for efficiency. Efficiency? Yeah, that's where they are. I kind of want... No, I deranked my frame. Driving with the haven't you people ever heard of? I could almost do this. Preparation doesn't work, we found out. Which I could have sworn it did, but I guess they nerfed / changed it? I don't know. What if there was a mode where you could start at level 1000 or level cap? DE needs to add a second steel path type thing, and they need to just make it so that the enemies have old scaling on it. Call it gold path, called it oxium path, call it whatever the fuck you want path. Tempered batholite necrothene path. I don't really care, dude. Call it whatever. Azurite path. Who cares? Just Argon crystal path. Like, I don't give a shit, dude. Just, it's gotta be something. Rally point versus index burden. Who wins in energy regen? Index burden. Index burden is uncapped, and it scales to like fucking. It scales really hard. You're not supposed to just raw dog having the index burden. It's supposed to be a punishment. That's like why Rhino is like, oh yeah, play Rhino, play Revenant, and just have enough charges that it doesn't hurt you. The unemployment path. See, I like that. I like the unemployed path because it's more true to what a Warframe player is, you know? Yeah, the unemployment path is really good. That's a good... Guess I might as well just grab this for parkour, right? If I'm gonna be indexing anyways. I could do more duration, but nothing fits other than, no, that doesn't fit. So like, yeah. That's fine, I guess. Why join in? We got frames for the unemployed, now a whole path. If you're running it again, I'm down. What frames are for the unemployed? Revenant, Gauss, Nyx, Oberon, Titania, Chroma, Sight, Hildren is unemployed. Hildren, I would say, if you're a Hildren player, you're pretty unemployed. Jade, Wisp. You gotta be mega unemployed to play Wisp. You gotta be unemployed and an insufferable fucking loser or an e-girl. Like cringe e-dater. Like you have to be an e-dater to play Wisp. So you have to be like the Valorant girl or the fucking hey baby girl to fucking like LARPing like e-boy. You know what I mean? That's pretty fucking unemployed. Yeah, like if you're a Wisp player, you're like a Valorant level of unemployed, I would say. You have like no bitches, you do e-dating, you goon to fucking AI, like you're one of those losers. Saren players are pretty unemployed. Saren, so the thing is, Saren's kind of 50-50 because she's just mainstream. That it's like, well, maybe you're a furry, maybe you're unemployed. It's kind of a toss up. And I think that's pretty much it. I think Limbo players need to shower more. Easiest frames for the employed and hardest for the unemployed? No. See, Warframe players, see, you did that thing in your head where you equated like time played as like developing or building skills, which is true for every other hobby and every other video game and every other group of people and every other like human being on the planet. But for Warframe players, the more time you spend, the more retarded you become, actually. So, like, the longer you play Warframe, the worse you actually become at Warframe, to the point where you are insufferable and also you are just ass. It's like Warframe players are, like, genuinely garbage, and they're garbage human beings as well. Yeah, inverted bell curve. Yeah. Inverted, yeah. The inverted bell curve is actually the perfect way to describe Warframe players. Like, if you took the bell curve, right, which is like the majority of players are in the middle, then you've got the sweats on the end and whatever. You just actually flip it. And it's just like a skateboard ramp, basically. Caliban getting up there for unemployed soon? Nah, Caliban players have jobs. Caliban players, I feel like if you're a Caliban player, you're like, you have a desk job. You know what I mean? You work in an office. If you're a Caliban player, so you don't do like you don't do like real work. You don't have a real job. You have a desk job. But like everybody envies you because, dude, it's a desk job. Like I want a desk job too. Fuck yeah. Why do I have so many base Oberon helmets? How does that happen? Oh, whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I wish I could have a fucking fake job and make $1 bajillion. That sounds great, man. Only good Oberon skin, can't lie. The half pipe of stupidity. Waiting for the Kome take? Low key, dude. I don't know how to feel about Kome players. I've only ever seen a handful of them. I feel like for Kome playing, you have to be unemployed because, you know, it takes so long for you to use your goddamn frame. But at the same time, are you? Don't roast me, dog. Kome players keep to themselves, man. I don't know what they're up to. They're a mysterious bunch. What about Loki? Listen, I like Loki. Alright, I love Loki. Loki's one of my favorite frames. Who the fuck plays Loki? In Asia server, Caliban will stop you from gameplay with max range tornado and the augment. Brain dead damage and disruptive gameplay. Kome players are the ooh woo e-girls? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. But also, yeah, Kome players are the I watch hentai girls. Yeah. Yeah. Kome players are girls that watch hentai. They watch yaoi for the plot, but it's never for the plot. It's just for the gay yaoi. Fuck off. I say this as a Kome enjoyer, man. Alright? I say it as a fucking Kome enthusiast. The week that frame came out, I fucking no-lifed the shit out of Kome and almost maxed out her XP in 7 days. Yeah. You bought Loki with your starter plat because he looked cool, and then you sold him. That is tough. That is tough. That's hard to hear. That's a hard pill to swallow. We'll do one more index. I'm gonna play with randoms. I want to see what the Timothys are up to. You know, I want to see what they're about. You know what I do need though? Instead of growing power on this build, we need enemy radar. Enemy radar. Ah, oh, fuck, it's a different aura. Shit. Well. Oh well. Public time. Trinity! I like that. That's cool. That's based. That's based. Fucking Phil Freak! This chap watches yaoi hentai. Haha! Ooh, outdoors. Wait, we didn't get any randoms. What the fuck? Oh, I wasn't paying attention to whether or not this counts for Sculptor. The answer is no. Unless I didn't equip Sculptor, which I think I did. Yeah, I did. Oh, I like this Trinity, though. This Trinity's gas pick. This is a great pick. Where's your point? There it is. I'm gonna drop these just so we have some time. Okay, I guess I didn't pick that up. Fuck myself. You know what? There should be more operator orbs in Index. You know? So that way you can do like Tauron strikes. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. It was in the grass. Okay, I'll take that. Okay. Me no headshot because me bad at game. 12 HP in a dream, baby. Oh, that guy had points. That's sketchy. Take that. How many points do I have? Oh, 26. I'm way over. Shit. I wanted to play with randoms, so we're gonna leave this, I think, in exchange for maybe Steel Path Index. Maybe people will play Index in the Steel Path, you know? Actually, I should go like this. I should go one here and one here. Couple more points. Oh my god. Alright, we leave. Isn't the middle of the night? Maybe. Maybe that's the method. Switch to China servers? Yeah, because China players totally do index. I'm gonna go hang out with my wife, actually. Alright, goodbye, chat.